Hello, you can take a seat anywhere you like. So before we actually go to the official part of the day, I would like to personally thank those who were here like an hour or half an hour before. I think you took the Estonian, how do you say, punctuality a little bit too literally. You know, even we Estonians don't go like an hour before, but I'm actually proud of you, very proud of you. You were here. I had to check my schedule twice, whether maybe I was wrong or something. I was like, there were like 30 people behind the door. I was like, oh, do we start like half an hour before or something? But no. Thank you from the bottom of my heart that you actually were here before. But we actually have a really important person for the opening words. So please make a big round of applause to our rector, academician, Jaak Aaviksoo, for the opening speech.
Welcome to TalTech, Tallinn University of Technology. In these controversial and complicated days, I'd like first to start with a thank you to all of you who, despite all these difficulties, have found your way to Tallinn, Estonia, and TalTech at Mustamäe district in Tallinn. TalTech is one of almost 25,000 universities worldwide. And over the last 30 years, when Estonia has regained its independence, we've increasingly been looking around to have more students from neighboring as well as faraway countries. With one main reason to do so. Estonia is not a small country. Estonia is a very, very small country. But we want to make this country bigger, and we want to make our university bigger. And the way to do that is through partnerships and friends who know about us, who spend some time with us, work with us, study with us, and go out and tell a story about Estonia, Tallinn, TalTech, and the new friends and friendships they've made. And it's also to enrich the people living in this part of the world. 60 degrees latitude, Nordic, used to be cold in winters, not that much anymore. But of course we carry a certain attitude and flavor which we want to enrich with other experiences from other parts of the world. The warmth and happiness of Africa, the dynamism of Asia, the enjoyable lifestyle of South America, or very pragmatic approach of Northern America. Not to forget about nice people from Australia and Oceania. You all bring something with you to this university and to this country. Thank you for that. Not all of you could make it this year, unfortunately, and I'm awfully sorry we couldn't offer the support you needed, at least not to all of you who came from countries who have been plagued by the COVID virus and making life complicated. But safety, stability, the possibility to study in an unrestricted environment in auditoria and laboratories of the university is a priority for TalTech. I wish you new experiences and new friends. I know you are much more open since you've taken the challenge and made a short or a long story to reach Tallinn. And the Estonian, they at least have the reputation of being cool and restrained in most cases. But this is only on the surface. Try to dig a little bit deeper, and you'll find nice people behind those barriers. And the deeper you dig, the bigger the experience and possibly friendship and knowing each other. I'd also like you to be demanding to the institution, to the university, to your professors, lecturers, because that is the way to improve the university and also contribute to the quality of your education. Sometimes you face problems you haven't met before. Be open to tell about your experience and your criticism, because this again is a way to improve things and have a different look on how we work, how we study, how we behave. Maybe in this mutual communication we are learning mutually. Once more, you've started a very successful orientation exercise because you found this university from, as I said, among 25,000 institutions. And I hope you made a right choice. At least I very much hope and ask my colleagues to contribute to that possible positive experience. Throughout the day, you'll meet different people. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask silly and simple questions, because actually there are no silly and simple questions. Never. All questions are worth asking, and this is the place to do so. Once more, I'm not going to take more of your practical time this day before starting the semester at TalTech. I hope you've settled already more or less comfortably. Please enjoy these orientation days. Please enjoy TalTech, Tallinn, and Estonia. Once more, thank you for choosing TalTech.
Thank you, Rector Aaviksoo. Talking about the questions, as also Rector Aaviksoo mentioned, your questions are really, really important for us. So if you would just take out your smartphones for a second, I will introduce you how the questioning part will look like before we go to the day program. You have to go to slide.do, so Slido, SLI.do, where you can type in your question. And I will read out the question to our people who will be talking to you today. So all the important questions. Maybe somebody wants to just ask, how are you? I will read it out, maybe. Be fair, be honest with your questions, and I will try to address all of them. And I'm talking to you as well, people behind the screen online. I can see you, yes. Look, I'm looking in the camera. You can ask questions as well. You are as big part of us as those who are in this place, actually. So please ask questions as well. But let's go back to our daily schedule. What we're going to do today, I'm going to introduce you. So after I finish up in here, in about 15 minutes, you will have a little bit of a study counseling lecture from our student counselor, Katri Kadakas. After Katri, our external studies manager, Kerli Roosima, will come up. So that will start at about 10:30. 11:05. Then we're going to take a quiz. Yes, a quiz. So that will be done via Kahoot. You need your smartphones once again. We will have prizes. So please pay notice to our people talking on the stage. The questions most likely will be about those lectures. And after the quiz, we're going to have a visitor from the police and border guard board, and they will talk everything you need to know about the police and the border guard board, obviously. But after that, we're going to have a little break, like hour break for your lunch. Unfortunately, you have to buy your lunch yourself. The food will be paid in the evening when we have the picnic. But going away from the schedule for now, I think you all received a black bag like this one. So please, together with me, can you open it up? Trust me, it's like a Christmas for me as well. I've not seen what's inside, so let's do a little introduction all together. So the first thing, the biggest one, is a notebook like this. So if you don't have anything to write down notes in the classes, you can do it in here. It's just a simple notebook, the big one. Very useful, actually. You can take down numbers. Maybe you meet somebody, you can't write down their number, you don't have a phone for some reason, just write down their information. Next thing I can see is a little booklet, Rock Your Estonian Language. Looks like you can actually practice a little bit of Estonian in there. If you open it up, you can see Tere, minu nimi on. It means hi, my name is. There's a English translation in there as well, so maybe we can actually practice it. So maybe we can do it all together. Tere, minu nimi on. Let's say tere all together on 3. 1, 2, 3. Tere. Wow, beautiful, beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Let's say minu nimi. 1, 2, 3. Wow, wow, really good. Honestly, really good. And let's say it's all together. Tere, minu nimi on. And then you can say your name. Simple as that. You have aced Estonian. It's not that hard. Very, very simple language. But next up, let's see what's in here. Very handy pair of gloves. Trust me, you're going to need them very, very soon. They are actually so-called smart gloves. You can use your smartphones with those gloves. You don't have to take them off during winter times. So that is very useful. The winters can be a tad bit cold, sometimes maybe minus 25, 30 degrees Celsius, but not that often, nothing too serious, but still very useful gloves. So very, very good. And what else do we have here? Oh, and Student ABC, a booklet like this. You have all your essential information about your classes, your deans, your teachers, your lecturers. I think, yeah, all the contacts and everyone you need to know in the school is in this booklet, so please do not throw this away. Very, very important booklet. And now we have a little comic, TalTech comic. I will not spoil anything. You can read it yourself. And some other basic information pamphlets. So let's put it back inside. I think it's a very useful bag. And those of you who are watching me from online, you can get this bag as well when you arrive here. Where can you get this? Sorry, from admissions office. Yes, from the admissions office, so you will not miss your Christmas black bag. So I've already introduced you to Slido, so you can actually go there right now, slide.do, because our next performer, so to say, on the stage is our student counselor of School of Information Technologies, and she has been working in the Dean's Office of School of IT since 2013. Please make a warm welcome to Katri Kadakas.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? The ones who can't hear me, please raise up your hands. No hands. Welcome. As told, my name is Katri Kadakas, and I'm the student counselor of the School of IT. and I'm going to briefly introduce you about the most boring part of your studies, but something that you definitely cannot escape, that's study regulations. Our university is a huge university, and it's divided into 4 schools, plus Maritime Academy, and you all belong to one of the schools. As you have already noticed, our campus is also quite big. There are different departments, different buildings, and they all have nice names and nice numbers. So please take care that if you start running to any of the buildings, make sure that you will run to the correct building. For instance, IT building and IT college has some quite similar codes, but the buildings are 5 minutes apart from each other. That means if you want running, you are welcome to do, but if you are short of time, take the time and check the building you are going to run. On the maps, also all the buildings are shown according to their abbreviations. The same with classroom codes. First you see the study building and then the classroom code. The first digit shows the floor and then the room number. It should just to enable you to find the location of your classes easier. And again, please check before you start running, especially if you start going to the first classes. As I told, there are 4 schools, and in each school there are dean's offices where study consultants work. And study consultants are the key persons who assist you in case of all kinds of academic issues you face. And if we don't know or we are not the right persons to answer, we at least know whom to forward your questions. Don't hesitate to turn to us if you have any slight questions or bigger issues. Don't wait until your problems will be solved themselves. Usually they will not. Don't wait until the end of the semester, hoping that, okay, maybe the problems will just minimize. Usually they will not. If you have any issues, any questions, ask the dean's offices immediately. And as most of you probably need to acquire a TRP, your residence card, then if you receive your residence card, your TRP card, please inform the Dean's Office of your Estonian ID code. It's something we should input into the database. So if we don't have the information, we start looking for it, but be careful that as soon as you receive the information, inform your Dean's Office. This is a list of Dean's Office consultants who just are designated to deal with your specific programs. And you see their names and room numbers, so you know exactly to whom to turn to. The email addresses in university are quite simple: first name dot last name at taltech.ee. You can also find them in address books. So if you just don't necessarily need to go yourself to the Dean's Office, just send email. You all start to learn in one of the programs. And now there will be slides for programs and the program abbreviations. You probably will find the familiar letters of the program you will start studying in. There are 4 bachelor programs which are given in English, and huge list of programs which are given for master level. And you all have one of those programs. Study information system, that's a basic database you have to use, I think, every day. Because most of the study information, most will be there. Most of your actions will be done in study information system. You will fulfill your study plan, declare your courses in study information system. Invoices, if they will be presented, will come to study information system. All applications are to be submitted in study information system, etc. And sometimes we just in Estonian call it õis, in English ois. Well, it means flower, but it's just abbreviation from õppeinfosüsteem. So it's a nice short version of study information system. And of course, you see academic calendars there, and you see your study results, your performances, your modular structure, everything you will see in study information system. I hope by now you are all matriculated. If not, the matriculation will be done soon, and if the matriculation has been done, you will receive your student code. And this is something you will see also in study information system, and it's a unique identifier of you. So please remember your student code. If you know that your memory will just make tricks, write it somewhere, save it in your phone, save it in your computer, save somewhere where you can easily find it, and use it whenever you turn to your professors, by email or in person. Beware that you use your student code. If you do any course papers, tests, essays, whatever you ask to send, also use your student code. And if you send emails to program managers, to dean's offices, also use your student code. The student code, actually, it's very simple. The first 2 digits shows the year of your admission. For you, it's 20. At least you remember already 2 digits. Then there are 4 more digits, and the abbreviation of your program. For exchange students, it's a shorter version. The last letter, VV, means visiting. And just an example, for instance, you send email or course paper and put it down, I'm John. Hello, John. But is it John your first name or last name? Maybe it's middle name, but maybe it's abbreviation from Jonathan, how your friends call you. How can we help you if we don't know who you are? That means if you have the student code, we know, okay, you're a new student studying on this program. We already know whom to direct your questions concerning your program issues and what might be the best ways to assist you. And of course, for the teachers, if it's just John, I'm sure you will not get any grades and any credits for your assessment, because the teacher cannot assume who you are. So please use your student code. Access to the study plan. We all learn everything every day, and so do us, the consultants. So for the UniID code, you do not need to run any office this time, but it will be sent to you to your email. Have you received your UniID code? Some of you have, some probably will receive them in nearest future. And with these passwords, you can enter the study information system. Of course, the students who have been in Estonia and have already TRP or Estonian ID cards, you can use these cards to log into the systems, as you did it during your previous studies. But the new students, you have to use the UniID form until you receive your TRP card. And if you first time access study information system, then you need, of course, to confirm your personal data, and please keep it updated. For instance, if you receive a Estonian phone number, input it into the system. If you change your email address, input into the system, and be sure that all the information will be also forwarded to this email which you use. There is no point for us for sending you emails and then you say, oh, I don't know. But if you have given us your email, we assume that this is the data, this is the place you will receive information. And if you first time log in, you have to agree with the contract. All the English language programs are payable. For most of you, probably, you can study free of charge. Either you have European origin or you have, in admission, got granted with tuition fee waiver scholarship. But anyhow, you have to agree with a contract. With it, you will be exmatriculated, because this means you don't agree with the terms of university and you can't continue your studies. It will just automatically be generated there. If you first enter, you see your contract, you can read it. If you leave this place, there are 2 keys: agree, not agree. Please use the agreement, and then you can continue with your studies. Academic calendar. That's the most important calendar which is built up for each academic year, and most of the important dates and deadlines are in the calendar. Some of them are compulsory to follow, some are just indicatives. At least, well, you should know when the semester starts, when it ends, when it's a deadline for registration of courses, etc. All this information is in the academic calendar. Timetables in OIS. This is the first huge assessment you have. That means you have to pick your courses for your declaration. Timetables are in OIS and they are divided between schools. And be careful if you start following your timetable. See that there is a column called duration. That means this is information according to the weeks the courses are divided. Some courses run from first week to the last week, that means regularly. Some courses are given only on odd weeks or even weeks. That means in OIS timetable there are different colors, so it's easier for you to see the difference. And some courses might, for instance, begin from week 2nd, so you see 2 to 16. Do not run to this course next week, it's too early. Sometimes there are just specific course week numbers given, so be careful that you run to the course at accurate time. And of course, you see the current week in OIS in this timetable section. Next week will be the first week of academic calendar. And if you start looking for your timetables meant for your programs, then you see the same course abbreviations, the program abbreviations, and not digits. The first digit indicates the semester. That means for you, the first digit should be 1. If you see 3, that's the 3rd semester, meaning second-year students. And the second number indicates a group. For most of master programs, there are specialities. That means these numbers, these timetable sections are divided between different specialities. In bachelor groups, if the number of students is very big, the subgroups are divided according to alphabetic order, and so you can see your group number in OIS under your data yourself. If you just don't find it, turn to your dean's office. Study plan. And that's the first important document you have to fill yourself. You have to fill it at the beginning of each semester, and you have to list all the courses you intend to take throughout the semester. If you do not fulfill or submit your study plan, you will be exmatriculated, because this shows us that, okay, you are not going to study at all. And you do it in study information system. There is a special option for this. On the left side column, you will find your study plan. And there is a certain deadline. This semester, it's September 7. After that date, you can't do anything in your study plan any longer. Before that date, you can do everything. Add courses, delete courses, submit your study plan, retract your study plan, do changes, submit it again. Be sure that the last thing you do is submitting your study plan. There is an option that you just can save subjects after each other, but you have also to submit it. And you can check it yourself in EIS if you just open your study plan. If it says incomplete, that means you have to submit it. If it's submitted, all is perfect, you have done your study plan well. Now, if something happens, for instance, sometimes the lecturers have just declined any of your courses. It might happen if you, for instance, choose courses for your free choice module. For instance, some computer courses where you should get a place in a computer class. But this course actually is meant for specific group of program students to whom it's compulsory. That means they should get a seat. If you want to just go there for your own interest, as take it as your free choice course, and the seat's already over, that means you will not receive a seat. The teacher has right to just decline your declaration, which means you probably need to find another one. Then don't panic. Check your timetable again. Maybe you find another course. If the deadline is over, then get agreement from the new course teacher, send it to Dean's office, and the course will be added. The same if you, for instance, make some kind of mistake in the study program. Maybe you just wanted to take programming, you took it from the search by name, you go to the class and oops, it's given in Estonian. What you do? Learn Estonian, why not? Or change it to the correct teacher, correct course. Again, if the deadline is over, but you just see that, well, you have made a mistake, immediately to the Dean's office, and we will help to solve your issue. All your programs are divided between different modules. General studies, core studies, special studies, free choice courses. To free choice, you can pick any course from university, any other timetable, or from the free choice section where just there are courses like physical education or languages which are not part of any of the curricular. You can take these courses to a free choice. You're absolutely free to choose them. And some examples, in case you are interested to study Estonian, it's possible. In Estonian, there are 2 courses of different credit points available for international students. As to languages, the key word is go to the first class. Because sometimes you can't even declare the course because you have to go to the first class where your study group is given to you, according to your knowledge of language, according to the teachers, according to availability of different teachers. So go to the first class if you find it in the timetable, and then you will receive the accurate timetable and the code whom to declare. And most of the languages which are not part of any of the timetable or of any of the programs, they are for fee. And the information can be received from the Center of Language and Communication. But of course, you can take them, why not? And physical education, there are 2 codes, one for autumn, one for spring semester. And the information is on the Sports Center on the university website. You can take sports, declare them into a study plan, so you can just make some physical exercise free of charge, in case you just pick one of those codes. Now you have now selected all your nice courses, but before submitting your study plan, make sure that you pick the correct ones. Make sure that the amount of credits is the one you need to take, because sometimes you can still see also the older courses. If you just choose a random search by course name, there might be different volumes of courses for different study groups. Be sure that you will receive the correct amount of credits. Of course, be sure that the professor's name is correct. If you hesitate, go to the first class and ask to whom to declare. And of course, be sure that the course is in English. Again, if you just make a mistake and then join the Estonian class, you can easily change it. Just visit Dean's office. Study load. Each student, I think most of you are enrolled to full-time studies. Study load is calculated at the end of each academic year, and it's a key calculation which determines whether you continue studies on full study load or you will be transferred to the part study loans if the requirements are not fulfilled. The semester load, 22.5 credit points, means that you continue on full load. At the end of the first year, you should have at least 45 credit points to continue on full load studies. If you drop to partial load, then you will most probably have to pay for your studies, you will lose a TRP, and if you do even less, you will be just exmatriculated because studying before the requirement of partial study load is not possible. Now in red, be aware that during the first semester you should do at least 15 credits. If you do less, you will be exmatriculated. And these are rules that will be applied to all students, bachelors, masters. You have to do 15 credit points minimum during the first year, during the first semester. And of course, if you, will drop to partial load there, unfortunately you will lose the right for TRP. Your TRP will be cancelled and you will have to find a new basis. Usually you just have to apply for visa to continue your studies because you can't stay in Estonia without a right basis for staying here. Covering the cost of tuition, please make this rule very, very familiar. If you are European origin or have tuition fee waiver scholarship, it means you study free of charge. And that means you have to study with nominal load. Do 30 credit points per semester. There is a slight amendment that means from nominal load, 6 credits can be undone. If you have more undone, you will be charged for undone credits and you will receive invoice which you have to pay. For instance, at the end of first semester, if you have 24 credits, no invoice. If you have 20 credits, you will receive invoice for 4 credits. If you do 30, you have done perfectly, you have done nominal. Which means, and the same rule continues cumulatively. After the first year, nominal load 60 credits, 6 can be left undone. If you do 54, no invoice for undone credits. If you do less, you will be charged. Which means, if you stick to the clause which I said before, that to keep your tuition fee waiver, to keep your free of charge study place, you should have full load. That means 45 credits. If you do 45 credits, yes, you will continue your studies free, but you will get invoice for 9 undone credits. 54 minus 45, 9 credits. So if you want to study absolutely without paying anything, do 30 credits per semester and you are covered. And if you have any problems with any subjects, or you see that you might face any difficulties, turn to our dean's offices. Sometimes we can help you, sometimes we just need to state that, yeah, of course you will get the invoice, but to avoid it next semester, you have to do this and this and this. Examinations. They take place at the end of each semester, and so in a year you have to do them twice. And according to academic calendar, all the exams for autumn semester should be done by January 20, and the semester ends in January 23. That means by that time all your assessments should be nice. If you notice that you have done your exam, but the grade is still missing, turn to the dean's office. Sometimes the teachers make mistakes. The same, if you see that, well, you did not receive this grade which teacher told you, turn to the teacher, turn to the dean's office immediately. Don't wait that maybe it will be corrected itself. It will not. You can register for the exams, again, in the study information system. Well, sometimes teachers give you any other possible ways. Again, keyword, go to the first class. All the course peculiarities will be explained during the first lecture. And even sometimes the exams will be made, for instance, already in December. You can find it out as well during the first lesson. Ask the teacher. It will be explained to you. Your declarations are valid for 1 semester. That means if you fail a course, you have to declare it again. Next time the course will be available. It's very important in case of compulsory courses, which you have to take, and all the courses have to be passed before graduation. That means if you fail a compulsory course, you have to take it again by declaring it again. Next time it will be available in your study plan, in your timetable. And as to exams, you actually can do 1 exam 2 times. But if you think you are very clever and take your exam time the last possible, then sorry, you don't have a second possibility because there are no more times given for exams. So try to do it during the first possible time of exams in a schedule, and then you can have a second possible time as well if necessary. Assessment of academic performance. From next week, the study period begins, and you will do your studies in the most best way you probably can. And at the end of the course, you can receive either grade or assessment. That means some courses are graded, some receive only assessed or not assessed. If you declare your course in the study plan, you already see whether it's ending with the exam or with the assessment. Graded assessments are ranking from 0 to 5. From 1 to 5, these are positive grades. That means you will receive your credits. You have passed the course. If you receive 0, sorry, it's failure. You have to do it again. And non-graded assessment, if you receive A, it means passed. If you receive M, not passed, you have to do it again. MI means in case of graded course, you just did not go to the exam, teacher did not see you, MI not attended. Means also like failure because you will not receive any credits. Okay. Some additional information, you will be also receive this information, I think, throughout today. A student help desk will assist you with all matters except academic ones. Academic policies, it's a nice document which we all have to apply. All the rules I just explained now, they are also available in academic policies in nice wordings which usually are quite difficult to read. If you just need to do it, then just read several times and then you understand what it means. And if you just found out that you joined an Estonian class, don't be afraid, use this fun dictionary, and you can also study in Estonian. Why not? The choice is yours. Of course, easier way is to go to Dean's office and solve your things. So thank you from my side. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to write us. But if you have any questions at some moment, then you can ask them right away.
We have a lot of questions, but I'm going to go through the most important ones. Maybe somebody just joined us from the online version of this event. So by far the most popular question was, when will we receive our student IDs? You talked about it, but...
Student IDs, you mean your student codes you will receive when you will be matriculated. And you will be matriculated if the admission office is sure that you are here and start your studies. If you just arrive today, it might take a day or two. But you will see your information in EIS. If you already see your student code, then that means you have been matriculated. I think that you will be also informed upon your matriculation. Will you? Or you have to find it yourself? If you log into ois2.ttu.de, can you see your student code even when you have not logged in? Well, at least if you don't know, ask your dean's office, but you should be informed if you have been matriculated. That means you already received student code, student ID.
Another question from Elizabeth. That question bothered me as well when I first joined TalTech in 2011. What is the difference between EIS and Moodle?
These are just different portals. EIS is a general database for all your studies. Moodle is an environment where most of the course information will be put by the teachers. I know that, well, in future somewhere these two bases will be combined, but at the moment you just have to log in separately to one to seek your course information, course materials, things that the teacher asks you to do, and EIS is a basic database for your studies.
Do I have to reach a specific grade average, or is it enough just to have the 30 credits?
No. I said that if you receive one, this is positive one, and you receive already your credits. If you just want to get a higher average grade, then you just need to work harder. But sufficient for getting credits into your performances is one.
A student from business administration asked, will all the subjects have exams at the end of the semester, or some subjects will be closed with a paper?
It depends how the course is built up. Go to the first class and ask the teacher, because some courses really end with exam. That means you have to go and then tell the teacher what have you acquired. But some courses have this kind of non-different assessment. That means that grade is combined by all your studies you just accomplish throughout the semester. Sometimes it's so that you have to just pass 2 course papers, 2 tests, and if you have enough credits, you will receive your grade according to your studies. But again, this will be explained during the first lesson by the teacher. There are varieties of ending of the course. It does not necessarily mean that there is one exam. It might be so that throughout your studies you need to do your things in time to get grades and credits, which will be then counted together at the end of the course. And then your final grade, which will be also appear to your performances, will be given.
So let's answer a couple of more very important one. Is it possible to transfer transfer earned credits from another university? In what institution? I can ask more questions about it.
It's called the APL procedure. Yes, it is possible. If you go to OIS, take your documents, applications, and there is APL application, and follow the rules. And also information is on the university website, how to fill it and how to proceed. Yes, it is possible.
I got my uni ID, but I still cannot log into OIS, even though I can access my mailbox already. Just not OIS. Should I contact help desk?
Yes, please contact help desk. Maybe you just in OIS, there are two login options. One is via uni ID and one is with password. So just first be sure that you use the uni ID option. But if you still can't log in, turn to help desk. helpdesk@taltech.ee.
Should I contact one of the dean's offices if I haven't received any email confirming that I am eligible for tuition fee scholarship?
If you don't know it, yes, you can contact the dean's office because we see your admission information.
And let's take the last one. Can I use the same password for OIS and Moodle? Is it recommended?
If you think that you will forget otherwise, then yes, you are free to use, but actually the IT policy demands anyhow that you have different accessibility codes for different portals. But, well, basically I think it's not prohibited.
One thing more, where can we find, or if we can find slides of today's presentation, can they find them from somewhere?
I think they will be uploaded, but I don't know where.
They will be uploaded, but where? I didn't hear, but we will answer that question later on.
Well, they will be available, I think, on the admission website probably. Yes, admission website you will see also the slides.
And I think the last question is addressed towards me. One person is interested in me. What is my name and what do I do? My name is Tom, and I work for the sports club and the marketing department. Thank you for asking. But yes, thank you, Katri. I think the most important questions were answered. The day is long. You can still go to Slido. Can we show the code once again? What's the code in Slido? So they can join, whoever is watching. And please give a warm applause to Katri.
Thank you.
So if we can get the Slido slide back on for a second. It's going to take some time. Anyway, if you just joined us, you can ask questions from the Slido webpage, just sli.do, and we will try to answer all of them. The day is long, and our presenters will be talking about different topics. So if you do not hear your question right away, it probably means that somebody will talk about it later on. So don't be too sad. But the next presenter will talk about exchange studies and the possibilities of it. So please give a warm round of applause to Kerli Roosimaa, our external studies manager.
So hi, from my side, can everybody hear me? Yep, I see nods. Okay, that's good. So, as already said, I work as an external studies or exchange studies manager pretty much, which means that I am in charge of the outgoing students from our university to abroad. And since you are now all TalTech students as well, you have a chance to do a part of your studies abroad as an internship, or you can go to one of our partner universities and spend a semester or two there. I will give you a very brief overview of your possibilities, and I will share some of the links as well where you can find more information. However, you should have this pink brochure in your bags. All the links are there as well, and all the main information which you need to know in order to go I know you have just reached Tallinn, but you don't have to go right now. You can consider going abroad somewhere in the near future. So, as I already mentioned, you can study abroad and you can do your internship abroad. And for studies, we have several different programs which you can use. Most of them has a scholarship as well. Erasmus Plus is one of the most popular programs in our university, which you can use and go and study within Europe. Erasmus Worldwide is a project-based program, so if your school has written a project to a specific country or with a specific university, and if they have added student places there as well, you can use them and go through that program. There is a TalTech program, which is mostly with the Baltic region technical universities and Scandinavian technical universities, which you can use. Bilateral agreements, if you want to go more of outside of Europe. We have different partners in Asia, US, Russia, so there's quite a lot of opportunities. The period you can stay abroad is minimum 3 months and maximum a whole year. And one semester, when you spend 1 semester abroad, the minimum ECTS you have to do is 15, which is not a lot. We still encourage you to do more than that, but the 15 is the absolute minimum you must do abroad. And yeah, most of the programs have scholarships. If you want to go more outside of Europe, there are no automatic scholarships as there are with the Erasmus Plus program. However, there are still different possibilities which you can find out on our website. Each year, we have 2 application rounds for studies. Currently, next week or next Monday, we will have the additional application round for spring semester. So you can apply only for the upcoming spring semester. There will be main application round in February, and that's when you can apply for the upcoming academic year 21-2020. So either for autumn semester or for the full academic year. There is also internship possibilities which we can fund, and that's only within the Erasmus Plus program, which means if you go within Europe, you can do and get a scholarship for the internship. The period for that is a little bit shorter. 2 months is the minimum, 6 months is the maximum. Usually our students do the internship during the summertime. However, some of your curriculums might have a specific semester where you can do your internship, so you can use that option as well. You have to get credits for the internship you will be doing abroad, at least 1. Of course, usually your curriculum has an internship course. It is usually more, let's say 6 or 8 ECTS, depending on the program. So in order to get the scholarship later on, you do have to transfer the work you did abroad here in order to receive the ECTS. And that application round is all year round. There's no specific time. You just need to submit the first documents at least 1 month before the internship actually starts. And the key is that you have to find a placement by yourself. We have some of the offers on our website, which has sent directly to us. We also have some of the web pages where you can search for your internship, which is related to your studies. And you can check them out and see if you can find something. But the most common way to find a good internship is when you know some company or maybe a university within Europe which is related to your studies. You know they do a great thing and you want to learn from them. Just write them an email, send them your motivation letter and CV, and ask if they have any availabilities. So for studies, there are some of the requirements as well which you have to fulfill in order to apply. Now, if you are a bachelor student, then you can apply starting from your 2nd semester. So starting from the main application round, which will happen in February. You just have to complete this current semester right now, and then you are feel free to apply. Master students can apply already right now, if they wish, for spring semester. But if you want to apply for the next academic year, then you do have to wait until February. You do have to also add a language certificate to the OIS application, which I assume all of you already have. You have to show us that you have a B2 level in English. For example, if you want to go to Germany and you have very good skills in German and you have a specific document to prove it, you can add that one as well and we can accept it. And in order to apply, you have, if you are a fee-paying student, you have to pay all the necessary tuition fees to TalTech before you go abroad. These are the main requirements. Some schools have stated additional requirements. So if you are from the Estonian Maritime Academy, School of Business and Governance, or School of Information and Technologies, then keep in mind that they want to see average grade, which is 3.0. Others, if you're from School of Engineering, School of Science, there isn't this requirement. But yeah, in general, since we have limited places in some of the universities, and if we have a competition to those places, let's say we have 2 places and there's 6 students who want to go, we will check the GPA, and based on this, the decision will be made. So the higher you have the GPA, the better chance is to get the spot where you actually want to go. For the IT students, you do have to discuss with your program director as well before applying that they are okay with you going. They want to know what is your plan specifically, and it will be asked after you have submitted the application as well. And the master students who would like to apply right now, you can, but in those 3 schools, we will check if you are among the first third of the admissions ranking, and then you can apply for studies abroad. And where can you find more information? You can always contact me. I am located in the Mobility Center, which is on the 2nd building. So if you came into the main doors, you just have to go left, upstairs, and the first white door you see, that's where I am at. There's also 2 links which you can use. One is for mostly about studies, and the other one is about internship. And we have info session coming up in English on the 8th of September, where you are all welcome to as well. I will go more in depth about the possibilities, the scholarships, and so forth. So feel free to join us. And of course, this brochure has all the main information as well. This was brief, right? Yeah? Okay, thank you.
All right, we have a question from anonymous person. What is the best time to go for exchange studies?
Usually our students go during autumn semester. That's the most popular time. But it really depends on what kind of courses you can take from the host university and what kind of courses you have here and how you can match them. It is very individual, but statistics say that autumn semester.
Is there any other questions actually to the relevant topic right now?
You can come to the info session and ask
you can
all the
actually
questions.
raise your hand as well. We have another microphone if you just want to ask right away and get your question asked or answered, sorry. Don't be shy. We're all friends. There's one. Okay, there's a new one. Oh, there is actually a new one. Another anonymous student. Can we do 2 semesters abroad and then 1 year internship with Erasmus?
So in one study cycle, so in bachelor's and master's, you have up to 12 months to use the opportunities. So you can do either 1 semester abroad and then internship, or like if you have a chance to do 2 semesters abroad and you still have room in those 12 months, you can do maybe 2-month internship. So 1 year maximum is what you can use during 1 study cycle.
All right, we have a question in there. Let me just run to you real quickly. You can be loud. Yeah, it's fine. You can be loud. Nice.
The slide mentioned that you had universities that are affiliated with you. Where can we find the list of them?
So you have to go to the TalTech.ee study abroad webpage. All the universities are stated there. Within the Erasmus program, Erasmus Worldwide, bilateral, everything is on that website.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Really nice voice. Anyone else? Do you have any other questions? Don't be shy. You can ask pretty much everything. Yes. Do you want to be loud or do you want to have a microphone?
I'll be loud.
Well, that's good.
Where can I find my admission ranking for a master's?
This information will come from the Dean's Office once you have applied.
Oh, so you can't really check before you apply?
I mean, you can probably check. I'm not sure if admissions probably has this information. I do have to check that, but usually it will be given us later on.
I'm not sure if it's relevant, but what is the maximum GPA? Just came in.
Maximum GPA is 5.0.
Do we have any other questions? If no, once again, please give a big applause to Gerli. So before we continue, we would once again ask you to take out your phones because, oh, my bad. Anyway, because we're going to have a little quiz in Kahoot, and it will be performed. I mean, it will be given to you by our ESN, so Erasmus Student Network. Please give a warm welcome to them. Please welcome on the stage. ESN, Erasmus Student Network. We will have prizes as well, so try to answer them correctly, or as correctly as you can.
Hello, everybody.
The prizes are worth approximately 10,000 euros. So really, try your best. Even if you don't know the answer, just close your eyes and believe in God and press something. Oh, there we go.
Hello, everybody. How are you? Good? Bad? Come on, guys. Cheer up! So, we are ESN, Erasmus Student Network. We are the coolest international organization in TalTech. And we would like to play a quiz with you, right? Yes? Good? Yeah. No reactions. Okay. Whatever. Let's continue. I would like to ask you to team up in the teams of 7. So find 6 people around you and make one team. Or you already started registering. That's very good. Yeah, what I wanted to ask is, well, you guys are teams of 7, and we need only one person to play from each team. So it's more interesting, and then we have prizes, and you guys can interact. So if you guys can log out right now and then log in again with one account per team.
And the students watching us from online, they can take part from it as well, right?
Yes, they can.
Absolutely. So if you are watching us, hello. You can take part from this.
Online students, you can also go to kahoot.it and put this game pin. So we need teams of up to 7 people, and we need one person per team to answer the questions. And you should go to kahoot.it and put this game pin. come up with your funny name.
Will there be special prizes for the funniest names?
Yes.
Oh,
Absolutely.
All right.
Special prize for the funniest name, special prize for the winner, special prize for the coolest team. I don't know. We have 42 teams. Very good. Is everyone in? Can we start? Yes? No? Wait. How do you like Estonia, guys? Is it good? Bad? Are you excited to be international students here? No one? We have a dead crowd.
I think the answer will come in the winter,
Yes, all right.
if they are excited or not.
Oh, that's an interesting question. Yeah.
No, you can probably just turn off the app, like
Yeah,
if
just
you have an
close the
iPhone,
app.
just
Just close the
Throw-
app and
throw
then
the-
go again, I think.
oh, we have a team Estonian here. Wow,
Dennis, Rico,
Estonian
Team
national
Estonia,
team.
Dude
Who's the
69,
Estonian national team? I really want to
Irekle.
know.
Julius, Team Penguin. All right, once again, is everybody in? Silent crowd today, very silent. Yes? Yes, so one team plays with the one phone. So when there's a question, you should discuss it and give us one answer. That's more interactive.
I would personally pay close attention to Denis with the dollar sign. He will probably pay all the drinks in the club. Is it Denis? Cash Denis?
Guess then
Whoever you are, you're going to pay all the drinks
Yeah.
for your classmates.
I guess he studies business. All right, once again, is everybody in? Yes? Yes, very good. No? Yes? No? Yeah, okay. Online people, you should be in 3 seconds. 2, 1, let's start. All right, can we have some music on because it has very good background music? The first question is easy. Why did you come to Tallinn? What's the answer? Did you come here to study a lot? To make new friends? To have fun? Or to see ESN TalTech IC? Be very careful on your answer here. And actually all the answers were correct. Great job. Let's see the leaderboard. Yazid and Ucha are winning for some reason. Which team is that?
I mean, they were the fastest ones, you know. They,
Yeah,
they knew
well-
the correct one real fast.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I forgot to introduce ourselves. His name is Yazid and my name is Ucha. But which team is okay? There. So you get a candy. Nikita will come and throw some candies at you. You should throw it. Oh, come on. Throw the candy. All right, next question. Let's start with easy ones, yeah. What does Tervisex mean? Is it a sport? Is it university? Cheers or good morning? Time is going up. And it means cheers. So it's very useful word for you every Friday evening if you are hanging out with ESN. Yay.
There's actually a Tervisex University in southern Estonia. No, there's not. I was just kidding.
In Viljandi.
I was just kidding.
Viljandi International. It's not me. Who is that team? All right. Which one is Team Estonia? There, you get a candy. Okay. Next question. Which one is the most awesome student organization in TalTech? Is it ESPN, ESN, ISEC, or Garage 48? Again, be very careful with your answer here. Correct. All right, so 8 of you thought that it's not ESN. All right, we'll see you soon.
But let's be real, ESPN would be kind of sweet as well.
All right. It seems like somebody with our names is still winning, so good job. Which one is Lana team? Lana? There, so you get a candy now. You can just throw it. All right, next question. Yeah, what is ESN? Like, we talk about it, we like it, but what is it actually? Is it Erasmus Student Network? Is it international community? Do it just seem cool, or it's a national basketball team? Great, all of you knew it. So it's actually, well, ESN means Erasmus Student Network, which is international community, and yes, we are super cool. Next question. All right, Vlad is going up. Where is Vlad? There, alone. You get a candy too.
It's one man wrecking crew, 3rd place.
Yes, and we still don't know who is Yazid and Ucha. What is our main mission? Why do we exist? Is it to make international students feel home in Estonia? To organize coolest international events? To help other students? Or to just watch movies? What do we do? Like, why do we exist is the question. Nice! 7 of you thought that we just watch movies. But yes, very good note. Today we have this movie night. You should all come. It's like very cool movie. And we have a free pizza, so join us. Next question. Wait.
Before you go to the next question, somebody stated that there's a huge lag between YouTube and the live Kahoot. We are really sorry. You just have to close your eyes and just guess. You're not going to see the questions live.
Yes,
but if you win, it means that you meant to win. You were meant to win. So we are really sorry.
Yes. What can we do? All right, next question. How many different nationalities do we have in ESN TalTech team? Our team is like very international. Do we have like 3 different? 256, 27, or 18? Like, we have a lot of members, and we come from like all over the world. You will see people from everywhere. And not only ESN TalTech, there's also ESN Tallinn, TUIC, EBS. It's 27, and 12 of you knew it. All right, and the winning team is okay. That's very good. Nice. Wait, where's Erekle? Erekle, there. You get a candy too. Lone wolf. Next question is, what is the logo of School of Engineering Student Council? So they are actually very good friends of ours. They are located right next to us, and they have very cool logo. And one thing to mention, they do this very good event after 28th of August. Make sure you check it out. It's a compass. Most of you knew it. That's very good. Let's see the leaderboard. Okay is the best team. Where's Bea? There, you get a candy too. Nikita, now you can throw it. All right, next question. What is the name of ESN TalTech mascot? So this guy. Is it Super TalTech Man, Rihanna, Tutik, or Ucha?
isn't the Super TalTech Man a new Marvel movie or something?
Yes.
Yes, it is. I think it is.
Yeah.
Coming out in 2023.
Yeah, 23rd of September. Make sure you go. It's Turik. So 4 of you thought that it's Ucha, but it's not. I am Ucha. This is Tutik. We're friends, but we're not same. And Lana is going up. That's very good. Vlad, where's Vlad? Oh, there. Yeah, you all already got a candy, but you get one more candy. Nikita, go. Next question. I thought you wanted that. Now, this is true or false question. ESN TalTech visits Santa Claus Village every semester. Is it true or false? I see some confused faces. And it's true. You know why? Because we have very cool travel partner called Mareti, and they organize trips for us in Lapland. So you can sign up, go with us, have party, and most importantly, see Santa Claus. He's very cute, like very cute. All right, let's see the leaderboard.
Whoa, Lana
Bea
Del Rey
is
on
going
fire.
up. Nice, good job, everybody. Next question. What's the biggest event happening in TalTech every semester? The biggest international event? Is it international dinner, pub crawl, beer pong, or sauna night? By the way, we have 6 saunas in the campus of TalTech. 6.
I think there are 7 now.
6. I knew it was 6. But it's international dinner. Good job. So what we do is different nationalities come together. They cook their food. They present themselves. We all have fun, and it's really nice. But all of those 4 kinds of events are the ones that we organize every semester. One of them is pub crawl, which will happen tomorrow, and make sure you sign up and have fun with us on Friday evening.
Oh, and trust me, you will have fun if you take part from it.
And the next question is related to this question. Where are we all going this Friday evening? Do we stay home? We go to the pub crawl? We visit South Africa? Or we have a program in class? It's very easy. I gave you a hint. Yes, we go to the pub crawl. Yay, make some noise. Dun, dun, dun. Guys, you're dead. All right, next question. No, oh, we don't have any more questions. Time for the winners. The 3rd place is for Bea. Where is it? There, nice. Lana, where are you? There. And the winner is? Okay, good. Come to the stage. We want to get to know you. The whole team. Faster, guys, faster. Come here. Let's make some noise for the winners. All right. What's your name and where are you from?
As we told, we also have prizes, so these candies are worth 10,000 euros. They're called golden candies.
They are very special Estonian candies. They are the oldest candies of Baltics.
I'm Kei. I'm from Japan.
Japan. Nice.
I'm Shamaze Peters and I'm from Antigua and Barbuda.
I'm Tato from Finland.
Very, very fun.
I'm Bola from Nigeria.
Nice.
I'm Jana from Latvia.
Nice. We have pretty international winner team. Let's give them the oldest candies.
This is our special gift from ESN TalTech.
Yes, but don't tell anyone. Yes. Also, second and third winners on the stage, please. We have prizes for you too. So, Bea and Lana to the stage, please. Come here.
For you, we have diabetes.
We have candies for you too.
Free diabetes for you guys and girls.
Yes, yes. Nice. What's your name?
Bea. Tia.
Ah. So inspiration of the name comes from your name. Where are you from?
From Finland. Midhö.
Really far, really far. All right, and what about you guys? Where are you from?
But I'm from Ukraine.
Ukraine. All right, so as I can see, Finland has been very active on this game. Nice. Now let's take a picture with TalTech all together, our mascot. The question is, who is going to take the picture? Nikita will take a picture. Ah, yeah, we have a picture guy. All right.
Somebody in the middle hold it.
Nice, thank you very much. Now you can go.
Yes. Give a big round of applause. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. These are your winners. Big round of applause once more. Whoop, 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 whoop. Let's go, let's go. Let's hype it up.
So, I think...
But we have questions as well.
Oh yeah, what are the questions?
Don't you dare to leave.
Yes, well, what are the questions?
Well, first of all, probably the most important question,
Yes.
anonymous lady, or maybe a guy, I don't know, whatever. Ucha, are you single?
Oh. Yes. Yes, I'm single. Yeah.
Yes, Ucha is single.
So, anonymous lady, how you doing?
Can you find it? Ucha?
Next question.
Next question, that's a little bit more serious. From Caroline, how are the ESN events and trips impacted by COVID-19?
Okay, I can answer to that. Well, last semester we had a lot of cancellations for our trips. We didn't have many trips as always. We really got affected by our trips. This time we have kind of different approach. So we hope we will have different events, online events, and for our trips we have our partners. They are working on that. For the local trips it's kind of easy, but we are facing some issues with, like, for example, going to Russia. We used to go to St. Petersburg, now it's cancelled. But we have Lapland, Finland. They are currently valid, and everything is going to be, hopefully, will work out fine. But if anything hits, like a second wave or something, we are probably, gonna cancel them.
But we still have trips around Estonia and...
Yeah, local trips, Saaremaa, trips around Estonia, and Romo prison, Paldiski, yeah.
Yeah, Estonia seems small, but there's a lot to watch, so don't worry about it. You know, it's it's only Estonia. No, there's a lot to watch. Trust me.
Yeah, it's actually really beautiful, like all the trips.
All right, next question.
Where can I get a really, really cool ESN card? Really cool. They don't want just a cool one. They want the really cool one.
I'll take that. So, our office is located right next to this building, UO1. UO1 225, our president just told me. And the office is really cool. We are always there. You're always welcome to come. We have a PlayStation, so if you think that you're strong enough to win FIFA over me, you're welcome. We have really nice pictures there, a lot of great things happening in that office. A lot of candies and popcorn. You're welcome to join us too. And when you come there, we have office hours every week. actually every working day. And you can just say that, yo, I want to have my really cool ESN card, and we're going to make a really cool ESN card for you.
Well, my phone is really slow. I'm sorry, but if we have somebody who wants to ask live, you can ask right now.
Yes.
You just raise your hand. You can yell, or we can give you a microphone. Do you have anyone? Don't be shy.
This is the only chance you get to see.
Only
Yes.
chance. They won't talk to you. Never, never again.
Yes, we never talk to people.
Just kidding. But just a little statement, we will be addressing older questions as well. We have a lot of them, but we will maybe watch the video now, and
Yes.
maybe we'll have new questions by
So,
that time.
as I said, our biggest event is International Dinner. That's where we all different nationalities come together and celebrate being each other, I guess, being with each other, I guess. And yeah, to see it more visually and to show you what we do, is you can see our video. Let's play it. Nice. So, how many of you want to come to International Dinner? We're going to have very, very cool events.
I have one important question though.
Yes.
The last time I visited it might have been in like 2015 or something.
Oh.
Is the food still free?
Yes. Food is
So memorize now. That's really important.
well,
the food is
well,
free.
actually, no. One
No,
thing. See,
uh-oh.
entrance is not free, but the food inside is free.
Oh, yeah, that's good. That's
Yes.
good. So if you want to get almost a free meal, almost
a free meal.
make your
cheap
way
meal.
to the dinner.
for sure. I think we're going to do it in November. But thank you very much. We were ESN. Make sure you visit our office, hang out with us more, and actually you can also become our members. Thank you.
All right, thank you once again, ESN. I will try to now address some previous questions from the Slido. So we had a lot of questions regarding to how the classes will, how the classes actually look like do you have to attend every single class and whatnot. There were many questions about that. It usually comes down to your professor, but usually no, you don't have to attend every single class. It's almost physically impossible. But if you go to your first class or first two or first week, your professor will probably talk about it a lot, what you have to do, how many classes you have to attend, etc. Another question was about the laboratories and practical exercises. That is a really difficult and important question due to COVID-19 situation. Unless you're Walter White and Jesse, you probably don't have a laboratory in your dorm room or wherever you are during your quarantine. So most likely you cannot do your practical studies in your dorm or laboratories because you just don't have the access to laboratories. But I'm very sure that your professors and deans will work it out, so you shouldn't be fully worried about it. So it's only 14 days, so you can't really miss that much. I'm really sorry. Just a moment, I'll just go through many other questions. Why is the ESN video so choppy? ESN, where are you? Why is your video so choppy? Oh, they left. I'm going to answer it myself, even though I don't know the answer. Maybe because choppy as well. Are you watching from online? Maybe your internet is lagging a little bit. But wait, who answered? Who asked it? Is it one of you? Choppy. Anyway, whatever. They're gonna answer you soon. I'm gonna make sure that the question will go to them very quickly. When do we have to submit master's thesis proposal? Maybe do we have a certain date for it?
Hi, from the admissions office. Unfortunately, for this question, you would need to refer to the study consultant. As well, so from the dean's office. You will know that while you're enrolled.
Another question, what will happen when you do get a COVID during your study? We actually have somebody maybe talking about it later on, but...
Yes, after the break we have the presentation by the health board, and then you can ask your questions and you will have all the general information.
Yes, so all the extra COVID-19 information will come very soon, so don't worry about it. How to participate basic Estonian language classes? I think it's pretty much the same as you can just apply for the class. You can even get points for it, I believe. So it's the same as attending any other language class if you take it from TalTech, I believe. Is it true? Should be.
Also, I will not have an exact answer. There are different ways to participate in Estonian language classes. Also, we can share some information on our homepage, or you can write to us at study@taltech.ee, and then we can send you the links for the classes that are offered outside university as well.
I messed up and only submitted the information for the uni ID yesterday night. Will I still receive it via email, or should I go get it myself from that room? You can maybe send a message to them that you messed up. Just be honest about it. I don't think it's going to be that big of a problem. Our first speaker talked about it, so it's probably going to be all right. And I applied for a uni ID a week ago. Somebody asked. I haven't gotten it. You will get it very soon. Don't worry about it.
Yes, I would also add from our side that we are now in the process of matriculating the students, and then we will forward all the information to the IT help desk that you filled in the form, and gradually they will send out your IDs. They will contact you via email. It can take some time. Hopefully by Monday you will all have an answer.
I want to transfer credits from my previous school, as the first speaker already answered. You can do this, so just please write to your dean's office, and they will help you go through it very, very quickly. How many times can I fail a course and reapply? I think that 2 times is for free, right? You apply it first time and you can do it.
Yes, unfortunately I don't have an answer for that too. It needs to be from the dean's office, from the study consultant. For all academic issues, you should contact them directly. You will have the contacts. You have the contacts also in the student ABC.
But back in the time, it used to be like this. You apply for it, you fail it once, you can do it once again for no extra fee. It was like that. It might not be anymore, but you can obviously fail more. At least, you just have to pass it some year. Maybe you're not going to graduate with your friends, but yes, you can apply for the class some other year as well. But you're just not going to graduate together with your friends. Most likely, if you do it, maybe 5 years later. But yes, you can apply, reapply. My course-specific info meeting was supposed to happen on 24th of August, but basically there was no such thing. Will there be a new date?
On the orientation day page on our homepage, you have all there's a link, there is a document with all the details according to your courses and the info session. So you need to contact the people responsible through this link. You can see the contacts, the information, and how they will be held and when.
Are masks going to be mandatory on premises soon? We cannot answer that question. It is a decision coming from higher up, but right now masks are not mandatory, but it might be a thing that will change very soon. So please keep your heads up and your eyes open for that information. I think right now that's all from the previous parts of our day. So in a few moments we're going to have a person coming from police and border board. So that person will talk to you everything you need to know about the residents and policing and border patrol. So give us just a few minutes. Maybe we can have some music. DJ, spin that. I'm not going to say the word. You know what the word is. Spin that thing. You can just you can chat together with you. Like, you don't have to sit like this, right? You can chill. You can chill. Chillax.
Yes, we are still waiting for the presenter. So if you need to go out for 5-10 minutes, it will be okay to.
that no matter what you did, I'd be by your side. Cause I'm a ride or die, whether you fail or fly, or shit, at least you tried. But when you walk out the door, I feel something die. We were dancing all night, 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 we were dancing all night. I will love you till the end of time. I would wait a million years. Promise you remember that you're mine.
So is there anyone else behind the door? Did you see anyone? Finnish friends? No? All right, so we are ready to keep on going. So dear students, our next presenter is a migration advisor in the Police and Border Guard Board, and has been working in there for over 16 years. So please give a warm welcome to Marina Kadak.
Hello everyone. So like mentioned, my name is Marina Kadak. I'm chief expert at the Police and Border Guard Board, but mainly known or mostly known as a migration advisor. So it's so glad to see that you have reached to Estonia. since right now, as you know, coronavirus and the restriction of crossing the border. And before we start, I would like to make a small agreement with you. So since the time is limited for us, I will make the presentation and the question can be asked after the presentation if it's fine for you, okay? So, and today we are going to talk about the residing and working in Estonia. At first, I'm going to talk with those who are citizens of EU. How many of you are from EU, not outside of the EU countries? Okay, so I have only two slides for you. If you want, after that, you can go and take your break or lunch. So, because for you it's pretty easy, as you know. By entering the Estonia, you have a right to stay in Estonia for 3 months. And if you stay in Estonia for the longer period of time, you need to register your living place at the population register. We have several population registers in Tallinn, so I think if you have difficulties to find them, then contact with your school contact person and they will help you. And by signing the living place in the population register, with that you obtain for 5 years a right of residence in Estonia. And after obtaining a right of residency, within 1 month, you need to go to the Police and Border Guard Board Service Office and apply for ID card, which proves that you have a right of residency for 5 years in Estonia. And from the first day of entering, you are allowed to start studying and also working without any additional working permits. And when you obtain a right of residency, you also have for 5 years allowance to work without any additional working permits. And more information, if you need what documents are required for applying for ID card, you can find on this web page. The presentation will be sent to the school. Actually, it is already sent, so I think the school will share with you this presentation. And if you have any further question, then at the end of the slideshow, we have mentioned our contacts of migration advisors. And then if you have a question, you can write or book an appointment for meeting with the migration advisor. So for the EU citizens, it's all. So if you want, you may leave. And the next presentation will be for third country citizens. So, for the third country citizen who are outside of EU, for you it is a little bit more complicated. To staying in Estonia, there are more restrictions, not so easy like for the EU citizens. And we are going to talk about that a little bit specifically. So first of all, what you need to know and what you have to take into account that you have to think about for how long your studies will be lasting in Estonia, for how long you will be staying in Estonia. Because if your stay is up to 1 year, then it's fine for you to apply from the Police and Border Guard Board a D-type visa, a long stay visa. But if your studies last longer than 1 year, then it is right and would be suggestible to apply for the temporary residence permit. So whether the D visa or residence permit, it depends on the duration of your studies. And if you already have in other EU member states a residence permit or long stay visa with the study purpose, and you are accepted to Estonian, one university or one school of Estonian, then you are allowed to stay with that EU residence permit from other country, not Estonia. But for example, if you have in Germany already residence permit for study purpose and you are accepted for 1 year to Estonian university, you are allowed to stay with that residence permit up to 360 days in Estonia without any additional requirements of applying residence permit. So if you have in Germany already residence permit and your stay in Estonia will be up to 360 days, of course that residence permit has to be valid also for up to 360 days. Then you are allowed to stay in Estonia for study purpose. Also during that period of time you may work without any additional working permits, and you don't need to apply from Estonian country any additional residence permit or D visa. You may, but it's not your obligation. So it's up to you whether you want to continue your studies up to 1 year here with the German residence permit, but it has to be for the purpose of studying in Germany also, or you want to still apply in Estonia also additionally D visa or the residence permit. But by staying in Estonia for the third country citizen, it's, as you can see, mainly divided into two main groups, whether you stay in Estonia for the short-term period or you stay for the longer period time. Under the short-term period, we are considering your stay with the Schengen visa. Also visa waiver, visa-free regime, for example, US citizens, United States of America citizens or Australian citizen, you are allowed to stay in the whole Schengen area during the 180-day period for 90 days. It doesn't apply in each Schengen country for 90 days. So basically, if you are a citizen of US or from that country, you come from that country where 90 days applies to you without the visa, you have to count that not 90 days applies only in Estonia, but during 180-day period counting back, during the whole Schengen area, you can't stay over the 90 days. Also, if you're planning to stay in Estonia for longer than 90 days, longer than your Schengen visa or visa-free period allows, you need to apply in Estonia for long stay visa before your current legal right to stay is going to be end. And if you want to stay longer than 1 year, then you have to apply for temporary residence permit for study. Also, I have mentioned about the long-term residency, but it's only in the future if you have been already in Estonia for 5 years with the residence permit. Then after that, you can start applying for long-term residence permit. So, and since you are both, since both purposes, whether it's short-term stay or long-term stay, whether it's with a D visa or temporary residence permit, if your stay in Estonia is study purpose, then you are allowed to also work in Estonia without any additional working permits until you study here in Estonia. And when you're staying in Estonia with the short stay, with the Schengen visa, with the visa-free period, or with the long stay Estonian visa, then you have a right to study in Estonia. And you also have a right to work in Estonia, but what you have to take into account or you have to consider is that your main purpose in Estonia is studying. And if you want additionally work, then your work can't interrupt your studies. Because if you quit the school with the D visa, from that moment you don't have also right to continue your working. You need to quit the work also and apply at first working permit and then continue your working. The only thing when we don't ask a working permit is when you are staying here for the study purpose. So this is what you have to take into account when you are staying in Estonia with the visa. And how to apply long stay visa? I guess you all already maybe have a long stay visa at least, or you are with the Schengen visa also, or visa free. How many of you is with the Schengen visa or visa free period? So you basically all have D visas. Okay, then maybe this part we will leave, and I don't need to remember what exactly documents are required to apply for long-stay visa. But since you are with the long-stay visa, I assume or guess you will be staying in Estonia longer than 1 year, and you need to apply for temporary residence permit. So if you haven't done it yet, then I suggest you to book an appointment time at the Service Office of Police and Border Guard Board, because without booking an appointment time, you can't apply for temporary residence permit. This is one requirement, that you book at first a time, and after that you go to the service office and start applying for temporary residence permit. And before you go to the service office, you need to collect all the necessary documents. Then application needs to be presented in person. You can't send someone else for submitting that application, because your fingerprints again will be captured. For visa, the requirement for the fingerprints are different than for temporary residence permit. So for visa, the 10 fingerprints were captured, but for the temporary residence permit only 2 will be captured. So still we need your fingerprints, so you can't send someone else with your fingerprints to the Police and Border Guard Board. And you need to do it before your legal right to stay is going to be end, because right now your stay is with the long stay visa. It depends for how long it has been granted to you. The maximum time with the visa, long stay visa Estonian, is up to 1 year. But you need to submit a temporary residence permit before your current legal right to stay is going to be end. Why? Because when you apply temporary residence permit for the first time, then the application process time, that until the Police and Border Guard Board process your application, doesn't give any additional legal right to stay. So, for example, if the person is staying in Estonia with the Schengen visa, and Schengen visa, right of Schengen visa stay is going to be end before the Police and Border Guard Board grants you a residence permit, you need whether to leave the country or apply additionally the whether you extend your period of stay in Estonia or you apply for D-type visa. So this is what you also have to take into account. And temporary residence permit application generally takes up to 2 months. It can be quicker, it can be also longer. In Estonia, the process is that you submit an application, and the case handler of your application, if she, usually the processor is she, if she has any additional question or requirement, or she needs to specify something, she will contact with you through those contact details which you provided at the application form. So you don't need to contact with them before. So usually, even if during the 2 months the answer hasn't been reached to you or they haven't specified you, you may contact the Police and Border Guard Board migration advisor and ask for how long the process will be taken. We can specify it, but usually you just need to be patient until the case handler will contact with you, or you receive an email that whether the documents are, additional documents are required, or maybe you receive first email which announce you that you already have a residence permit. With the emails, at first you receive the first email, if it's going to be positive decision, that you have been granted a residence permit. Then additionally, you need to wait the second email, which announce you when you can go and pick up your residence permit card. Because after the decision is made, 1 month takes additionally to print you a card. But from that first email, when you receive, even if you don't have a residence permit yet, your residence permit card yet, you are, from that first email, you are staying in Estonia with the temporary residence permit. So basically, first email, if it's not additional requirements for additional documents requirement, if it's granted, from that moment, you are not staying anymore with the Schengen visa, D-type visa, you are staying in Estonia with the residence permit. But the card which proves that you have a residence permit will be printed in 30 days additionally. What documents are required? There are 2 main forms. Application form, the main form, and family members. What you have to take into account about the family member application is that doesn't matter whether they come with you to live here in Estonia or no, you still have to mention your parents on the form. You have to mention your spouse or girlfriend. You need to mention your children. You have to mention your siblings, brothers and sisters. On one form, you can add only data of 3 family members. So basically, if you have 9 family members or 12, then it means that the same form will be printed 4 or 5 times. But in each form, at first form, for example, you mention your mom, dad, and spouse. On the next form, which is the same form, you mention your brothers and sisters, and doesn't matter whether they are staying with you here in Estonia or no, you have to mention them. Then invitation by the school. Invitation by the school is by the TalTech sent directly to the Police and Border Guard Board. So you may ask from them whether they have already sent it or no, but usually you don't have to submit by yourself that invitation form. The school will be sent it directly to the Police and Border Guard Board. You have to take your passport with you, the identity document. On spot, you can pay the state fee, and in Estonia, it costs 64 euros. You can pay by bank card, cash, bank transfer. We don't accept American Express card. The system doesn't accept it, but all other bank cards are accepted. Photo can be taken for free in the photo booth at the service office. So basically, if you have booked an appointment time, you know exactly that on 1st of September you go to the Police and Border Guard Board, you have booked an appointment time at 11 a.m. Then come a little bit earlier, at least 15-20 minutes, because the first thing they ask you to do is to take the photo. And photo has to be digital. So basically, the photo on the paper is not acceptable. They will send you anyway to the photo booth to take the photo. And this is the main forms which you have to submit. But what you have to take into account again, when signing this main form, application for temporary residence permit, by signing that form, you confirm to the Police and Border Guard Board 3 things. The first thing is that everything mentioned on the application form, written down, everything added to the application, that the information is correct, it's not false. Then you don't need to sign each paper. For example, if you submit a copy of your passport, you don't need to sign that copy of your passport is correct. By signing this main form, you already give to us confirmation that everything else, additional documents, they are right. The copy is right, the data on that document is correct, and you don't need to sign each of that document, each copy which you add to the application. Also, you confirm to the Police and Border Guard Board that you will have an insurance during the period of your studies. We know that in Estonia, none of the insurance companies doesn't provide you insurance for the 3 years. For example, if you're a bachelor's degree students, that your studies last for 3 years, the maximum time which the insurance provider will grant you an insurance in Estonia will be up to 1 year. But you, by signing this form, you confirm to us that you know of the awareness that you have to be insured for the whole period of time staying in Estonia, and you will extend your insurance. Also, you don't need to provide any additional documents to prove that you have insurance, because by signing, you confirm that you have it. Of course, the case handler, if she wants, she can check it, and she can maybe ask to be sure whether you have insurance or no. She may ask you additionally to add that document, but at first it's not required document, because you are aware of the obligation to have insurance in Estonia. The same applies to your legal sufficient funds to stay in Estonia. At first, you don't need to add anything to prove that you have sufficient legal legal income in Estonia, or that you have that money in your bank account. You confirm that you are aware of that you have to manage by yourself. You have to have in each month at least 300 euros, but the case handler has a right to ask to prove that you have that money. And then she will exactly tell you what documents she wants to see and for which period of time she wants to see. So basically there is no requirement by the law that it has to be during the past 1 year. The case handler will tell you, please present me a bank transfer from the last 6 months, for example. And then if the case handler asks from you something additionally, don't ignore those letters, please answer to them. Even if by the mentioned time limit which he asks you to provide the documents, for example, provide me a document on 15 of September about your legal incomes, and by the time you don't manage to get that document, just answer before 15 of September, I received your letter, I'm dealing with that, please extend the time of submitting that document. Because if you don't react to her letter or their letters, they will stop the process and they don't look your application through, and then you just don't receive the residence permit. So just if they something ask, write to them on time before the time limit will come. And this would be all about the application of submitting the documents. When you receive a residence permit, in 1 month, we will grant you this card. It's residence permit card, which proves that you have a residence permit in Estonia. The residence permit can be granted for up to 5 years, but the nominal study time will be taken into account. That if you are master degree students, then it's going to be maximum for 2 years. If it's bachelor's, then 3 years. For the working permit, you don't need additional working permit. On the card will be written that you are allowed during that period of time to work in Estonia. And for the residence permit, by the law there is additional requirement which doesn't apply for the long stay visa owners, for example. If you have a temporary residence permit, then you need to study for full time. If you become a part-time student, then school is obligated to announce the police and border guard board about that, and the police has a right to revoke your residence permit. Because by the law, the temporary residence permit, one requirement is for study purpose, that you study for full time. And if you become a part-time student, then the residence permit will be cancelled, but if you have a D visa, or if you don't have a D visa, but you apply for D visa, with the D visa you can continue your studies even of being a part-time student, because there is no requirement to be full-time student for D visa. But for the residence permit you have to be full-time student. Like I mentioned before, for the first time when you submit a residence permit application, for the process, you don't have any additional legal right to stay. Your legal right to stay during the process time is your D visa, visa-free regime, or Schengen visa. And after receiving the letter that you have been granted a temporary residence permit, another obligation is that during the 1 month you go to the service office of the population register and register your living place in Estonia, and it has to be done during the 1 month. If you don't register your living place in Estonia after receiving residence permit, that requirement doesn't apply again for D visa. It only applies when you receive a residence permit. You are obligated to register your living place, and if you don't do that, then the police and border guard board again has a right to cancel your residence permit. And usually, if you don't do during the 1 month, we will announce you with the email that by our data you haven't been registered your living place during the 1 month. We will give you a time, and for the next time you have to do it. And if you don't do, for example, we send you a letter, please register a living place for the 1st of October, and if you haven't done it, then we start processing of cancelling your residence permit. If you again write to the case handler and explain the situation why you can't register, the case handler will decide how to go on with that application. So basically, I can't confirm you that she won't cancel that residence permit. It's up to you, because it depends what exactly you write to her, what exactly is the reason why you can't register your living place in Estonia. And for population register, you need to take your tenancy agreement with you and the passport, because the officer has to identify you. And if you need to extend your residence permit in the future, then extension can be only with the same conditions like it was for the first time. Basically, it means if you graduate, you obtain degree, and you will living in Estonia for other reasons than study, then it's not extension. It's going to be, again, for the first time, residence permit on that ground, on that basis. For example, master degree owners, if you graduate and obtain master degree, you are allowed to apply for the first time temporary residence permit for settling permanently in the future. So, and extension is only on the same requirements and conditions which it was submitted and received for the first time. And if you need to extend, for example, you don't graduate on nominal time, you need to extend it, then extension should be submitted at least 2 months before the current residence permit is going to be end. So just in case for the future. Like I mentioned, you also have a right to work without any additional working permits. But again, you have to take into account that your main reason, your main purpose in Estonia is to study. So the work can't interrupt your studies, because if you become a part-time student, like I mentioned, the residence permit will be cancelled. And about working, that would be all. And a little bit about the migration advisor and that service which is provided at the Police and Border Guard Board almost for 4 years. So you can contact with the migration advisor by phone from Monday to Friday. Ask your specific question, or if you have some other question related to migration. You can book previously an appointment time for personal consultation. In Tallinn, we have 3 migration advisors, which are located in different areas in Tallinn. On Thursdays and Tuesdays, we also provide consultation session in the International House of Estonia in Tallinn. So, with meeting migration advisor, or if you need a Skype meeting, you need to pre-book an appointment time, because like you see today I'm here, I can't be in spot in service office, or I can't be at the same time in Skype. So for Skype meeting or for personal meeting, you need to book an appointment time. The phone number. About the phone number, since it's pretty hot line, it's very hard to reach to us by phone, then I suggest you, if you don't reach by phone, then just write to us that you have called several times, don't reach to us, and what is your question. If it's urgent question, mention in the subject it's very urgent. For example, your legal basis is going to be end today, and from tomorrow you stay illegally in Estonia. So basically, if it's pretty urgent case, then mention in the subject that it's urgent, please react to my email quicker. We consult in Estonian in 3 languages, in Estonian, English and Russian. So choose the language which you prefer to get the consultation. Also, you can write to us in English, in Russian or Estonian. And of that we will answer. If you have written in English, then the answer will be also in English. And general information. General information would be that if you want to know whether your application is in the process, who is your case handler, for example, whether the card is already in the service office for picking up, you can contact with the phone number 612-3000, not to migration advisor. You can write an email also in general number, in general email, ppa@police.ee. There I suggest you, to them I suggest you to turn when you have the general question, not very specific question. If it's very specific about the migration, then contact migration advisor. But if it's easy, just how to get my ID card, where is the service office, how can I book a appointment time, something like that, then you can turn to general information. But if you need very specific answer to a very specific question, then I suggest you to turn to migration advisor. And that would be all. So I wish you a pleasant day. And if you have any further question, then I will answer to them.
Yes, we have a couple of questions. A person asked, do I have to start registering my place of residence, or should I wait until I can move into the dorm? I can move in on 2nd of September.
Do you have already a residence permit? If you are with the D visa, you can't, even if you move to that apartment, you can't register your living place, because for registering your living place, you need to have a residence permit. If you have a residence permit, then during 1 month, like I mentioned, so basically, if one month is going to be at the end of September, then it's up to you. Before the 1 month is going to be end, then register a living place. So I don't know whether that was the answer to your question.
If you heard your question, maybe it came from online, you can follow up right away. But how long after applying for the personal identification code can I go to the border guard? I was told I would get an email, but it has been a week already. So when can they actually visit them?
Was that question from the citizen of EU? Because if you are third country citizen, then you just can't apply for ID card. You need to apply for temporary residence permit, and when you receive temporary residence permit, after that we will print you a residence permit card, and for that you receive during the 1 month an email. So I don't know whether the person who asked that question was EU citizen or the third country citizen. Because for the third country citizen, an identification code, ID code, not ID card. ID card is for the Estonian citizen and EU citizens, but ID code can be applied in different reasons. For example, if you are a third country citizen, you are with the D visa and you need to go to work. For that your employer could put you in the system, in the working register, you need for that an ID code. You just go to the population register, apply for your ID code, but you can't apply for ID card, because as a third country citizen, you need at first to apply for temporary residence permit, and after that you receive a residence permit card, which basically is with the same functions like ID card for citizen of Estonia or EU citizen.
How long is a long-term residence?
Without the validation, it's endless. So long-term residence permit is without the termination. You only need to reapply residence permit card in the future, not a long-term residency. If it's granted to you, it is valid until the Police and Border Guard Board, in some reason, cancels it, revokes it.
Will I receive the ID with the first email before my ID card is printed?
Will you receive?
Will I receive the ID, the identification code, I presume, with the first email before my ID card is...
Unfortunately, no, but the school receives it with the letter which we send to the school. Then you may ask from the school. So, or you go to the service office and specify your ID code.
Can I register my place of residence before I get a TRP?
Unfortunately, no. The requirement is for registering a living place that you already have a residence permit.
Where can I check if my place of living was registered or not? I did it online and I have TRP.
The same web page, eesti.ee, you can check it.
In how many days the permit card becomes ready?
During the 30 days. I don't know exactly, it can be quicker, but no longer than 30 days. It depends how many applications are in the process at the same time. So basically it can be during 1 week, it can be during the 2 weeks, or it can be up to 30 days, it depends.
If I have applied for residency and personal identification code, do I need to wait until I have an Estonian ID to be able to use public transport for free?
Good question. It's not my area to answer, but I think you need to have already the residence permit. I don't know whether you have to have by that time a residence permit card. By my mind, you already have to also have a residence permit card because it's maybe tied with the card, but I think you need to specify it whether from the school or from the public transportation, so it's not my area to answer.
Can I do traineeship in other EU countries for next semester with a D visa?
You have to ask from that certain country. But yes, with our D visa, you are allowed to stay in other Schengen member states for 90 days. But like I mentioned, the same applies with Estonian residence permit and D visa if it's for the study purpose. If that country where you're planning to go for the internship has also has applied that directive for the students, which allows to stay a longer period of time than 90 days. So if they have not participate, I don't remember the word, ühinenud, joint. If they have joined with the directive, you have to specify from that certain country what requirements are. I can only specify you that what requirements are here in Estonia. In each country, they have different requirements, different obligations, different conditions. So if you want just to travel with Estonian residence permit or D visa, you are allowed to do it for 90 days. But if you want to stay there longer for study purpose and you have Estonian residence permit for study or D visa, you need to specify from that certain country.
Should I register at the place of living within 1 month after receiving first a letter from police or after getting a card?
After receiving your first letter that you have been granted a residence permit.
How long can I stay in other countries on the basis of Estonian TRP? I think you just answered it.
For 90 days, during the 180-day period back. So basically, it's counting, that period of time of 180 is moving. Today, if I count 180-day period back, for example, is 26th of January. For example, from 26th of January until today, during that period of time, you are allowed to stay in Schengen area for 90 days. If I start counting tomorrow back for 90 days, for 180-day period back, it's not anymore 26th of January, it's 27th of January. So basically, if you were on 26th of January in other country, tomorrow that day will be free again to use. So you have to look that during 180-day period back, you haven't been longer than 90 days.
I currently hold a residence permit that will expire next year. Can I continue to use it as a student?
Are you studying as a student? Because you can, if your residence permit is going to be end next year, and it's for the study purpose, I do understand, or just
presumably.
So, and if you continue your studies, you can use it. But if you quit, then the residence permit will be cancelled, and you need to apply for additional on other ground the residence permit. So basically, if you stop studying, then that residence permit will be cancelled. If you continue, if you use that residence permit on purpose on the condition it was granted to you, then you can use it until next year.
This question comes from an EU citizen. I have an Estonian ID card from a previous stay already. Do I need to get a new one, or do I simply register anew in the population register?
you have a residence permit card, and if it's still valid and if you are in the population register, then you can use it. For EU citizens, there is no different basis to stay in Estonia. Your residence permit card is tied with the registration. If you registered yourself out of the population register, then that card is invalid by today. So from the moment you register yourself out of the population register, the Police and Border Guard Board receives next day an information, and the card will be automatically by the system cancelled. So I don't know whether your population, in the population register, your living place is still valid and has been valid for the whole period of time, then your card is valid and you can use it, and it will be automatically, until you are in the system, will automatically be extended, and only thing you need to do is to apply a new card 1 month before the current will be end.
Will a residence permit make me an Estonian resident for taxation purposes?
You have to ask and specify that question from the tax board.
And you have a chance to ask right now. These were the last. This was the last question from Slido. You can. Looks like somebody is asking a question. You can ask a question via microphone as well. If I can hand it out.
Also, the migration advisor will make the Skype meeting and will save it. In the future, we will send to the schools those Skype meetings, and if you want, you can check and look at those presentation by the Skype in the future, because we know that not all the students have come to Estonia right now. So we will share the information additionally with you.
There's one more question. Is there a possibility that a student could be denied a 5 years resident permit after completing the master's program?
Yes, it can be denied. You probably want to know what are the reasons. So if the conditions are not met, for example, you don't have a legal basis to not legal basis, but sufficient funds to stay in Estonia. I don't know, you have some criminal records in Estonia already by that time. Whatever, usually, and maybe the law will be changed by that time. I don't know that, because our law changes all the time. So the guarantee that you will receive it 110%, I can't grant you. You are allowed to apply, but whether it's going to be granted or no, it will be checked and decided by the case sender.
Another one. I have Hungarian work permit, non-EU citizen, but it'll be terminated in 40 days. Can I register in population office now or wait for Estonian student permit?
You need to wait until you receive, since you are a third country citizen, you need to wait until you receive Estonian TRP, and after that you can register your living place. But what you have to take into account is that in Estonia you are still the third country citizen. So you mentioned in your question that in 14 days it's going to be expired. My question is that if you don't receive by that time temporary residence permit, on what ground you are continuously staying in Estonia? So before those 14 days will be end, and the Police and Border Guard Board hasn't granted your residence permit, you need to whether to extend your period of stay, whether you need to leave or apply at least 10 working days before those 40 days will be end, you need to apply for D-type visa. Because, or I don't know whether you are a citizen for whom applies this 90 days of visa-free regime, but what you have to take again into account that staying in Hungarian, you are staying there with the residence permit, but staying outside of Hungarian where you have a residence permit, you are staying for 90 days. So basically these days which you are outside of Hungary, you have been stayed already some days from this visa-free period. For example, on 15 of September, you came to Estonia. Before that, you were on that country where the residence permit was granted. From the 15th of September, your 90 days starts. And if you have, and the residence permit will be end on 30th of September. So basically in Estonia, you used 15 days already. Those 15 days will be count off of those 90 days, which you usually can use as a citizen of US, for example.
And looks like it was the last question. So thank you once again, Marina, and please give a big round of applause. And we have a break now, a lunch break, so please go enjoy yourselves and be back by 2 o'clock on the dot. You can be back earlier if you want to, but yes, we shall continue at 2. there's someone on the stage talking about a certain subject, you can ask the questions right away. I will see the questions, and after he or she finishes up, we will go to the questions, so we don't have to hand out the microphone for a longer period of time. So if you go to sli.do, Slido, type in the code 85103, and you can join us live. And those who are watching on YouTube, it also applies to you as well, so feel free to join us. But let's go through the second half of the day. Our first talker will be from the Health Board, and he will talk to you about everything you need to know about the Estonian health system. After him, it's going to be a little presentation about Moodle. Probably you should listen carefully about Moodle, because all the study stuff will be on there. After Moodle, we are going to go back to the police and the border board, basically about the general knowledge about Estonian police. After the police board, Monika Sutrop and Kadri Kiiskman will talk about the counseling in TalTech. And after the counseling part, we will go to sports and library. And that's pretty much it. So please give a big round of applause to our first talker of the second half, Andrei Petukhov from the Health Board.
So hello, Andrei Petukhov here. My services at the Estonian Health Board as a consultant have been made available by the European Social Fund, I have to say that. And they are a part of a wider project of supporting adaptation of newly arrived migrants here in Estonia. So in this presentation, I hopefully will give you a quick overview of an Estonian healthcare system, and I will focus more on the primary healthcare and the general practitioners, known as physicians or family doctors, but they are the same person. And I understand that if you are here for a shorter period of time, like 1 or 2 semesters, then maybe you won't even have to deal with Estonian healthcare. You can just go to a private clinic with your health insurance. But I also understand that many of you are from European Union member states, and you might have a valid health insurance in your own home country. So then a bit different rules apply to you, basically the same as me as Estonian residents regarding receiving adequate health care. So there will be many links to more detailed information on my slides, and we have agreed with the university representatives that these slides will be available in shared folders, which will be mentioned to you where they are. So to start, this is my basic but hopefully explanatory sketch of what to do if you have a health concern in Estonia. So I hope we have more eye candy version in the future, but I think the basics can be explained by this one. So if you have an acute health condition, it means you have to get to an emergency room as soon as possible. And acute health conditions are such as physical injuries, traumas, broken bones, excessive prolonged bleeding, animal bites, intensified chronic conditions, trouble breathing, like severe cold, fever, poisoning. And minor issues are considered such as sore throat, like hay fever, skin infections, diarrhea, non-acute chronic illnesses, like if you need to change bandages or remove stitches after an operation, God forbid, or like mild psychiatric and mood disorders or substance addictions. Then you should contact basically a family doctor if you have these more minor issues, or maybe even a pharmacist can help you out if it's like a cold or something which is not severe. So we have a family doctor counseling line. It's 1 2 choose 0 and you can call abroad from this second number mentioned there. So they have English counseling available from 3 to 5 p.m. So please have your health conditions at that time. And if you don't have a family doctor at the moment when you have a problem with your health, don't worry. You can contact family doctors or family doctor clinics nearby just by searching Google, for example, and see who are near you. They have to provide you emergency assistance if it's in the competency of a general practitioner, which I will explain what it is in a moment. So we have a good website for descriptions of different health conditions and what family doctors can do and what they cannot do, and what to do when you're feeling a bit under the weather. So you can visit this family physician or emergency room website. It's in English, and it explains pretty well what family doctors can do and what they cannot. So Estonia, as you know, is a small country, and a lot of the roles of the governmental institutions are generally intertwined. But there are some healthcare aspects which belong to a specific institution. So, for example, the first and the biggest, and we consider them like kings of Estonian national healthcare, they are the Haigekassa, or Estonian Health Insurance Fund. So they deal with all things basically related to money, like sick leaves, maternity benefits, healthcare outside of Estonia, waiting queues, emergency dental care, healthcare of the permanent residents of Estonia who are uninsured, about getting a second medical opinion, and yes, of course, medical treatment of those insured by Estonian health insurance outside of Estonia. And they have made an excellent website in Estonian, Russian, and English. I had, before this job, I had 5 years of social work experience in Estonia, in Mustamäe district. And I knew a bit about how the healthcare works and how it doesn't, but I checked this site thoroughly, and it explained very well how Estonian healthcare doesn't work. So you can find a lot of information there as well. So my employer, the Estonian Health Board, we supervise, if the health insurance fund supervises more of the money part, we supervise more of the law part. So we manage family doctors' directories and primary care related medical and like legal issues. And we register new healthcare workers, provide licenses for working as a health service provider in Estonia, guidance for communicable diseases, chemical and product safety, medical devices, different physical measurements, earth, wind and fire, everything you can name, probably we can measure it. So as well we have 2 important organizations who are the Estonian Unemployment Insurance Fund, who you might contact if you are looking for employment in Estonia. And they also can help you with legal issues if they arise between you and your employer. They also pay the unemployment benefits and also have different courses for advancing job-related skills or just how to start an enterprise in Estonia. They provide this guidance for that, have courses. And of course, our favorite institution is the Tax and Customs Board, who you should contact if, for example, you have been employed full-time, but you don't receive Estonian national health insurance because employer hasn't provided the data to the tax board, for example, or how to register yourself as self-employed if you would like to do that. So, are you there with me? Okay, so COVID-19. I ask, what the hell is that? Because we have the flu season anyway in Estonia in late autumn to the end of winter. So the COVID-19 is basically another in the bucket of colds and fevers and sore throats, but I think it might be more contagious. So yeah, in Estonia we have flu season. So if you catch a cold or feel a bit under the weather during winter, don't panic. It might not be coronavirus. It might be just a simple cold. So still the first medical personnel you should contact is either the hotline 1220, maybe a pharmacist, or a family doctor if you feel unwell. So we hope, and I at least hope, that no big national lockdowns will happen due to the COVID as they did in the beginning of this year. But it is important that we follow the hygiene rules, that we wash our hands, and if we become ill, we stay at home, contact our school, if we go to school, our employer, and don't avoid contact. If we get like this, even a minor flu, just contact a family doctor or this hotline or private clinic, and they will tell you what to do next. If you get this family doctor in Estonia, and if the family doctor decides that yes, you might have the coronavirus, then they can refer you to COVID test for free. If you want to do it on your own initiative, like you want to travel somewhere, then it's usually out of pocket. So family doctor doesn't have to send you to the test if you don't have the symptoms of the upper respiratory tract. We have this good website, it is in English as well, on all the acts and laws and restrictions. This is the first, the kriis.ee. This is more like governmental, how government communicates with us. And the second one is our Estonian Health Board website. This is more like virological description of this COVID virus, safety guidelines for general public and healthcare staff, also how to self-isolate, what to do when you feel unwell. So these are the two sites I recommend to visit, like once in a week, for example, to see where Estonian government is going at and what they are planning to do. So healthcare services in Estonia. As I said, the Estonian healthcare is primarily a primary healthcare specified. So this is like the biggest sector, the primary healthcare. And these general practitioners, family doctors who work there, together with nurses, they should be the first contact point if you are feeling unwell. And they are certified professionals who have studied for 9 or more years to become a doctor and a generalized practitioner. And they can diagnose and treat most of the illnesses patients come to them with. But they can also refer you to a specialist doctor if it's more severe case. And family doctors, they in Estonia, they have patient lists, which are either 2,000 patient maximum or 2,400 patient maximum. And they have designated service areas. So this was before my time in the Estonian Health Board, when they assigned these service areas, like for example by street, like this in Mustamäe Sõpruse street, maybe house 174. And some houses as well, and they don't take patients from other houses. But today and next, we assign family doctors based on either district, like Mustamäe district, so they can take all patients from Mustamäe regardless of where they live, or like Tallinn, so they can take all Tallinn's patients. And if you feel daring and adventurous, you can look at our website, this mbib.sm.ee, and there you can search, like for example, start searching by your own area. It works with Google Translating browser, so you can search by your area. You can type your registered place of residence, like your street, your house number, and if you have a family doctor assigned, it will show. If not, then you can just search by like Mustamäe or Tallinn or Kesklinn, in whichever city district you live, or just by Tallinn. And one slide we had left. Yeah, so we have more explanations on this site below, and there are my contacts on this site as well, and I have phone hours as well when I answer the phone regarding family doctor related questions. So there are more specific details. You will have to submit an application to a family doctor. They are not automatically assigned to you. You will have to submit an application to a chosen family doctor, and if you cannot find it, then I can help you with finding one. You should remember that it is, of course, a welcome site that family physicians, doctors, nurses can speak English or other languages, but in Estonia they usually communicate in Estonian or Russian. So English doctors they are, but they are not so easy to find. And we can help you with finding an English-speaking doctor, but it is not 100% guaranteed. In Tallinn, of course, it is easier to find one, but you should not assume that it will be available. So we suggest that you have a support person or Estonian friend with whom you can visit the clinics to understand the doctor and the nurses and better, if it's possible for you. So about this specialized medical care. So this is the healthcare which is usually in our national health system, you are referred there by a family doctor. So you can of course go there by your own. If you have like travel insurance, you can go to a private specialist doctor in a private clinic and you pay out of pocket. Maybe insurance will cover it, but if you are insured by Estonian healthcare or by European Union member state healthcare, then you will go there through a family doctor referral. And if you have developed a serious illness, then the family doctor, of course, will try to get you to a specialist doctor faster. Otherwise, you will have to wait like all of us. And specialized medical care itself is also divided into three. Ambulatory care means that you will go take a test, like blood test or electrocardiogram, and go back home or to school or to work. Daycare is for service for patients who stay during the day, have some medical procedure like minor surgery. And stationary care, I hope you don't go there. It is given if you stay at hospital for several days or longer. So private medical care, we have some of these bigger healthcare providers and private clinics in Tallinn, and they have also these rooms in other places of Estonia. And it's obviously more expensive, but it doesn't usually keep you waiting to get there. And if you have a travel or private insurance separately contracted, then you can check with your insurer if you can go to a private clinic and you don't have to go to a family doctor for some procedures. And yes, so health insurance, if you have European health insurance from your member state, which is valid, and you have this EHIC, this European health insurance card, then you're basically considered like an insured Estonian person. So you don't have to do anything else. You're okay. If you should find a family doctor, get into their list by submitting an application to them. And if you have a health concern, just call the family doctor or email them. But there are, of course, different ways how health insurance can be obtained for people who are not from the European Union member states or the extended European areas. There are Norway, Switzerland, these countries, as well, Iceland, I think. So if you're like from European Union's perspective in a third world country, then you will have you can get the health insurance by working. It's basically the one variant of getting it. There are many ways of getting it, but for work-age adults, there are not so many. You can get it if you register yourself as unemployed. But it is not for years. You have to search work if you are registered as an unemployed person. There are a lot of different statuses by which you can get this Estonian health insurance. They are all mentioned in the Haigekassa or the Estonian Health Insurance Fund website. You can look through the list there or on my slides, which you can later download. So yeah, about the European Union residents' health insurance I have told you. And you can receive this medical care if a medical necessity occurs. So it doesn't mean if for whatever reason you decided to come to Estonia to receive our medical care, if the doctors find out that you have to pay for it anyway. It is only when a medical necessity occurs. And European health insurance doesn't provide you the tickets back to your member state. You will have to pay them for yourself. If you want those tickets, you will have to contract a private travel insurance. So, 1 second, take a sip. So, everything related to your medical healthcare services in Estonia, which you receive here. They are, it is mandatory that they are listed in this portal Digilugu. It is also in English available, it's e-health. So all the things, all the services and immunizations and the COVID test as well now, they are in the digilugu.ee portal. You can access it with an ID card or smart ID or mobile ID. And you can also submit statements of medical intent based on Estonian laws, appoint representatives for you, and act on behalf of persons for whom you have been appointed as a representative. And also one interesting thing is that if you plan to get an Estonian driver's license, then you can submit the health declaration, fill and submit it on the Digilugu website, and it is required before you go to a doctor who assesses your medical state. And also if you plan to work like in the food processing business, you will also have to get a certificate to work there, and you have to fill the health declaration on Digilugu before going to a doctor. So the last topic is prescriptions, medications, and vaccinations. So the medications available in Estonian pharmacies are generally divided into two. They are over-the-counter medicine, like cough medicine, painkillers, food additives, vitamins, and prescription medicine, which are like antibiotics, tranquilizers, beta blockers. So also for persons with Estonian health insurance coverage, the Estonian Health Insurance Fund reimburses some prescriptions to a certain extent. But if you are an EU resident and you have an over-the-border, cross-border prescription, then you should check with your doctor before buying this medicine in Estonia if they have it in here, if they have it under the same name, and some medicines, even in the European Union, might be legal in one country and illegal in the other. So you will have to check that if you have some medications which are prescribed to you in your home country. And vaccinations. If you plan to spend in working or camping in Estonia, maybe even now, but in the next year, in the summer, spring, we have a problem with this tick-borne encephalitis. So if you plan to spend in forest and grassy areas, I suggest you to think about vaccinating yourself. It costs around 20 to 40 euros, and you can do it at most of the bigger hospitals or private clinics. So also, if you plan to purchase prescription medication, you have it here with you on paper, this prescription, you will have to bring your passport or ID card or a driver's license. And in Estonia, we have digital prescription. It means that if, for example, family doctor prescribes you antibiotics, then it will be digital. You won't have a paper receipt, and you just have to go to the pharmacy with your health insurance card, if you have, and your ID document, and they will check from the computer and sell it to you. And for antibiotics as well, Estonian doctors are not really, they don't gladly prescribe antibiotics because they may, if you have a common cold or mild flu, they just tell you to stay at home and to drink tea and to take maybe some medicine against fever. But they don't want to make your health worse by prescribing you loads of antibiotics if you don't have a very serious disease. So don't be angry at them, please. To conclude my presentation, you can find more information than on both of the Haigekassa Estonian Health Insurance page and the Estonian Health Board page. And so to conclude, the Haigekassa, the Estonian Health Insurance Fund, you should contact them if you have question about Estonian national health insurance, sick leaves, maternity benefits, about pregnancy in Estonia, how it is covered, about getting a second medical opinion, medical treatment outside of Estonia, and if you are unsatisfied with the healthcare quality of a national health service provider, aka a hospital or emergency room, they are usually by the national health provider. They are part of it, of the system. So, but if you have any questions regarding finding a family doctor or run into some legal issues regarding family doctors or private medical care, or want to report some shady medical practice, then you can contact us at the Estonian Health Board. You can send it to me or to our general email as well, so I can forward it. And I think for the moment that is it. So I'm available for questions.
Before we address the questions about health, I would like to just inform that all the questions that I received about your studies, we addressed in the morning, but we don't have our expert in here anymore, so please feel free to write your dean's office for extra information. And the question about your ID, just to quickly answer your question, let's say if they told you that you should wait approximately 30 days and you have waited for a couple of weeks, then don't worry about it. It's probably going to take up to 30 days then. But the first question about the health is that is the rescue service by the number 112 always paid by the public, or do I have to worry about a bill and endless work afterwards to get it paid?
If you are an EU citizen, then no, it is free. If you don't have any kind of health insurance for some reason, not even a private one, then it's out of pocket.
So what happens when someone gets COVID during the study?
Well, the first thing is you should contact your family doctor and take a test. And if it's positive, then you will have to stay at home for 40 days at least, until you are determined well by a doctor. And if it's possible, you also contact school, of course, and I think it is possible to study from home as well, for most part.
But the reference from the family doctor, how long does it usually take? Let's say you fear that you have COVID, and you want to go to your family doctor and to get a free test, so how long does it usually take?
Well, if it's a serious health issue which can be addressed by family doctors, such as the COVID referral, then they will have to take you or diagnose it by phone if it's possible during one workday. If it's less serious health concern, then 5 workdays. And if you do not have a family doctor and you're feeling really unwell, like breath difficulties, first you should contact 112 if you feel really unwell, like severe breathing difficulties. And if you can handle it, then you can contact nearest family doctors as well, nearby you, and they can also refer you. And if you don't have any health insurance for whatever reason, then it's also free. It's paid by Estonian Health Insurance Fund. If it's medically assessed that you have these symptoms of COVID, then the COVID test is usually free. As I said, if you want to travel or do it on your own initiative, then you have to pay for it.
What do you think is better, buy local health insurance or buy student travel insurance from home country? Local health insurance, if you buy it voluntarily, it's pretty expensive. It's around 180 euros a month, I think. It's not worth it. You are better off with private health insurance. It is usually, as I said, it's gained through employment or by different statuses, which are generally related to your status in Estonia. So like people who are diagnosed that they cannot work or something like that, then they get also retired people. But for working age adults, it's usually gotten through employment. You can get it by doing a voluntary health contract with a health insurance fund, but it's pretty expensive. I think it would be cheaper to get a private one, but I don't know. You can contact Estonian Health Insurance Fund and they can say you if you can get the Estonian health insurance, if you pay for it yourself, and how much will it cost you exactly. Maybe there are some differences. But for the working age, you have to pay the employer. If you are employed on minimum wage, then the employer pays like 180 euros for you a month. It's 33%, the social tax. If the prescription is not written in English, it would be still acceptable?
If it's a cross-border prescription, then it should be acceptable, yes. If there is like directly named a medicine which require which doctor has prescribed it to you, I don't think there will be problems with that.
I'm in quarantine because I come from France. Do we need to pass COVID test at the end of the quarantine?
I think you have, but I don't know at the moment. I can't answer these questions. If you should contact your doctor nearby, family doctor nearby, they can say, or check on the kgs.de website, which we had somewhere in there. The questions regarding like travel or immigration into Estonia, I cannot answer. I can answer about like local family doctors, what they can do.
Do you share the presentation via, yes, we are sharing it afterwards, and not only this one, but every single presentation will be put in taltech.ee/orientation days. Yes, confirmation. So if you missed the first half of today, you can find all the information in there as well. So no more questions in Slido. Does anyone want to ask, like with a microphone, or yell out loud a question? We can do that as well. Or you can still write. Anyone?
So yeah, you can write on my email. This will be on the slides as well. So there are no stupid questions. If I cannot answer them, then I will forward to a person who can. And
right.
I will tell you if it's like a health board question or a health insurance fund question or some other institution will have to answer it. But regarding one important thing, 1247 is the hotline regarding COVID and travel restrictions. So you can either go to the kgs.ee website or call this 1247 number they have in English as well. They can tell you about the restrictions on movement and how long they last and what to do.
Right, we have another question. Is it possible to receive national health insurance with a temporary resident permit? I am from EU, but I don't have any national health insurance right now.
Well, then you are basically considered as an uninsured person in Estonia. So you can receive it, but through the same means as all, through employment, or if you register yourself as unemployed, or by buying a private health insurance. There are no easy way to get it, otherwise everyone would have it.
All right, I think that's it. So please give a big round of applause to Andrei Petukhov from the Health Board. And our next speaker works as a professor of building information modeling at TalTech, Department of Civil Engineering and Architecture, taking care of lecturing research to apply digital technologies, workflows and innovations for construction sector. And he will talk to you about Moodle, so please give a warm welcome to Raido Puust.
Thank you for that brief introduction. And I'm very glad to see how many students we have right now here listening. So in next 20 minutes or so, I will try to explain one of our study system, which is basically used for materials in digital format, of course. And you can also do different kinds of assignments in an e-learning environment. So it's called Moodle, and I hope that at least some of you have heard about it. So it's a kind of very well-known software platform, which anybody can use in terms of companies or universities. But mainly I will focus on two major topics. So I will, of course, introduce Moodle as a study system in our university. And then with one slide or so, I would like to make a difference, what the difference is in between Moodle, and hopefully you also have heard about study information system. They are two different systems. They share similar name, but they are used for different purposes. So as you see from this slide, from the left-hand side you can see the entrance page to Moodle before you log in. And so from the right-hand side, you can see English version of study information system, again, before login. So let's take a deep dive into Moodle. First, if you try to Google it, you probably end up with Wikipedia article, and from there I have also copied this text. As said, it's a kind of software, and it's a free software, open source platform, and it's accessible by basically anybody. And it is used for blended learning, distance education, flipped classroom, all those popular names. A couple of years ago, TalTech decided to use their own installation of Moodle, which means that our Moodle is accessible to you as a student or our staff members who are creating learning materials, and you obviously will learn through those learning materials. And at the end of semester, actually, it's a possibility also to upload your final thesis to preliminary check. Now, because Moodle is a software and it's developed globally, it's updated continuously. And of course, based on that, also Moodle as a system is updated in our university. And the last update was just 2 weeks ago when it got a new facelift. Those updates just will make available different functionalities, which makes you more convenient learning experience. Let's try to now log into the system and let's see the first steps that you can do here. First of all, you need to navigate to the web page, moodle.taltech.ee. Probably you will remember it quite soon if you do that a couple of times. It's also accessible from our university webpage, so it's up to you from where you start. And then the first step will probably be that you select English as a user interface option. So you can find it from the top right corner, and then you select the login method. And I hope that you have heard, or if not, then I will talk just in a couple of seconds, that in our university we use so-called UniID to log in to different systems or digital systems. So this is a most recommended login method for you. And if you can't access or you need help, then also from Moodle start page you can find a help button from where you can find some additional information. So what is this UniID? It's a personal digital identity in our university, which helps to log into different IT systems. And we do have Moodle, of course, but we do also have study information system. All those will share the same universal digital ID. But you can also use that same ID for different other services. For example, you can access library services, you can access library computers. So it's a really, you really need to have it. And how to get it? I saw some of you have also paper copies of those study information guides. It's also written there that you can ask it from different building. It's just after the library building, also shown in this image, room SOC 129. So you should present your ID, and then you get username and password, and later on you can change or recover that password as well through this website, pass.ttu.ee. You can also find more information about this digital identity from the link below, and as I heard, those slides are shared with you. So let's move forward. After you log in, you get your personal Moodle desktop. So this is your one and only location which is with you to the end of your study career in our university. From here you have access to different courses you attend, but at first, when you log in, you probably see quite an empty view because you haven't yet registered to any courses. But what can you do then? First of all, you can check your profile from the right corner, and you can add or change information, also connect to different social profiles if you want to. You can change you can change different information. And then you also can access to your courses from the left-hand menu or from the middle part. So different courses that you register do appear to this list or desktop. How to register to those courses? Before we move to that point, I would like to point out that all compulsory courses in our university should have Moodle course page. So each course or subject you take, it has a different Moodle course page, and you have to register to that. Now, each semester, of course, starts to build up your study program. You use study information system to do that. So it's not automatically connected. You build up your study program, and then you start to register to Moodle courses. And how to register? Your lecturer is a key person for some particular subject or course who will share enrollment key, so-called enrollment key, which you do need to register to the course. So she will be your first level support in terms of how to access to some particular course. Remember that. And as I mentioned, there is an enrollment key, and I can show you how those two things come together. First of all, you have a special link to different courses. Different courses do have different link. And those links are in a shape like this, that different courses just have different ID numbers. This is just an example. Don't remember that. But don't use that. Different courses do have different links, and then your lecturer will share enrollment key. How those come together? If you click on that link, which was shared by the teacher, then you will end up in Moodle. Of course, before that, you can see it. You have to be logged in using UniID as such. And then you see an option that, okay, before you can enter to the course, you need to enroll. So you will see a box, enrollment key. You just input that enrollment key, kind of password, to access it. You have only, you need to do only once to do that, yeah? Not each and every time you log into the course. Then you are registered, and then you can access all those nice things about this course. Also, please do remember that this enrollment key is not kind of personal, but this enrollment key is group-based. In different courses, there could be different study groups. And for different study groups, some lecturers have created different enrollment keys, because in that way they can kind of divide you into different groups, and it's easier for them also to manage the course. So please be careful when you hear some enrollment key. It should belong to the same study group as you are. And if you visit the first lecture, which probably starts next week, then you probably heard what this enrollment key is for you. If you miss that, you can ask that from your fellow student, or you can send an email probably to your teacher as well. But please be patient, that I believe that in a couple of weeks, teachers will get massive amount of emails. So sometimes it's easier to ask this enrollment key from your fellow student. And once again, if you can't access the course, please contact with your teacher lecturer. Once you have registered to the course, then you have all those learning materials available for you. Well, it depends which one are open for you at some current time step. Sometimes those could be kind of hidden, yeah. But usually you can see all the learning materials. Is it text? Is it a video link? Whatever. And different courses can be presented in different, or can be presented with different visual style. For example, this left-hand side image shows a sample course in where you can find different learning materials just top to down. Yeah? You just scroll down to see maybe third week materials, fourth week materials, as such. But sometimes it can be presented like so, that you have those blocks, study blocks, and you simply have to click on some image, and then you get learning materials about this module or about this topic. So there is no universal view as such, and it probably takes some time to get used to, because different courses are with different visual styles. Now, what else we can say about Moodle? First of all, Moodle course page works as a supportive study system to regular or weekly lectures. Yes, there are some cases, but probably not during your first study year. There are rare cases in where you can study some particular course 100% as an e-learning. But usually, you should attend also lectures, and you should always pay attention to which activities should be made in Moodle and which activities should be made in classroom. And also, of course, you have to take care about different deadlines, because some quizzes, assignments, activities in Moodle, they do have deadlines, and when you miss it, then you might be in trouble. So you have to regularly check timetable, ask your fellow students if you can't attend some lecture, and check Moodle course page regularly. A kind of key takeaway. This Moodle course is to support your learning success throughout the semester. And it does help to carry out parallel activities. Is it in a classroom? Is it in a digital format? It depends on a course, how it was built up. Let's take a look what kind of materials you can find. Remember, different courses do have different types of materials. But I would like to just point out what you can expect. So if you enter to the course, then you might see that some courses do have let's say, reading materials, and maybe some courses to have videos. And in some courses, you may have both readings and videos, and you decide which one to pick, which one you prefer to learn something new. Is it through reading, or is it through watching? So it's about learning styles. Now, then there are quizzes. So it's not just about sharing study materials, but it's also for preparing you for exam or some assignment. So quizzes, typically self-assessment quizzes, can help you to prepare for an exam. And the good thing is that you can see a feedback directly after you finish the quiz. And sometimes you also get which answer was right, which one wrong. Well, it's a classical quiz, of course, yeah? And remember that you can learn by analyzing your attempt doing this. Then you can also upload your homework. So instead of using paper copy and giving it to the teacher, you can upload your homework from your home computer or from library. And the good thing is also that you get the feedback directly to your Moodle course. So everything will stay, when it comes to one course, everything will stay to one location. And it's important that you make conclusions about those different feedbacks, because through a feedback you learn a lot. So you get feedback or a grade about your homework, and it will stay to your course gradebook. So gradebook, which is also again course specific, each course usually have their own gradebook. It will summarize how you have proceeded in that course. It will show you how well you did your quizzes, how well you did your assignments, and sometimes you may do exam also digitally. Sometimes. And what is also important is that during semester you can see how many points you have and how many you still need to get a good grade, what you are satisfied with. So it's continuous, again, feedback to you, how you develop in some particular area. And you can find those grades from the left-hand menu again, if you are at some specific course page. Then there is a course feedback, and it is presented by the teacher in that specific Moodle course page. If possible, please do answer to those questions, even if it's voluntary, because this feedback is used by the teacher to improve the course. Is it in the Moodle? Is it in the lecture room? Both sides are important to get the feedback. It depends how it was built up. Sometimes it's anonymous, sometimes username is logged in, but you shouldn't be afraid that your username is logged once you answer. But there is also one other location from where this feedback is gathered. And this is through study information system. And you may feel that, okay, we have two different systems, why I should use both. But you should use both opportunities because they are used, or the results are used for different purposes. If you use those feedback forms in Moodle, then it is purely used by the teacher, and if you use, and you have to give feedback through study information system, it's compulsory always. This is used more general workflows or analytics. So remember, there are two different feedbacks, course-based in Moodle and also in study information system, and please fill in both, if possible. So let's try to sum it up in terms of use cases, student and the teacher, because Moodle is not only useful for you, but it's also useful for teachers, lecturers, because they can share, you can access different learning materials, carry out self-assessment quizzes, initiate and amplify communication. So in between your lecture hours, there is always, let's say, 1 week time during which you can ask questions through Moodle from your fellow students or from a teacher, and everything stays to one location again. All that communication in one course. You can also present and accept homework, assignments, carry out ongoing assessment of learners from a teacher perspective, and from your perspective you can see from a gradebook how you proceed, feedback I mentioned, and conduct learning analytics as well. From your perspective, how you proceed, how you have done different activities, and also teacher can analyze it. And one last slide about study information system, because I mentioned those two systems share similar words, study system. So study information system can be accessed through this link. And as I said, it is used for planning your semester. you generate your study program for current semester. From here, you can see final grading. Yes, your grades usually appear also into Moodle, even earlier than into study information system, so you can see maybe before Christmas already how well you did some course, and then a bit later it will appear also into study information system. It depends on teachers and how course is built up. Do you have exams in January or not? And also, if you just go through the study information system and search different courses to get some general information, sometimes also the link to the Moodle is also available from here. But if you can't find it, again, there are several options. It will be shared in first lecture or during first lecture. You can ask it from a fellow student, or you can just search through the Moodle that you input that short name of the course, and you get the link, and then you need to know that enrollment key. As simple as that. But you have to take care of those things in coming 2 weeks, because it's really important that you access the Moodle course page and you see how it's laid out, what will be done in lecture room, what will be done in Moodle. So it's really important that you don't push it forward. And historically, sometimes you may still find some information in terms of study materials also from study information system, but most of the learning materials are still available now from Moodle. So run from one convenient location. By that, I would like to thank you for listening.
And we have quite many questions, so let's begin with, can you explain the differences between the different IDs? I am utterly confused which one to use.
Probably the question is about login IDs. And
Probably, yes.
I will try to put that slide again. It was... Okay, in here. Remember that the best choice for you would be to use UniID. If you have a digital identity card, or you get it in the future, then it's a possibility in Estonia to use also those. Mobile IDs and ID card, it's possible that you connect, I think, your mobile number with your UniID, but it is still more convenient to use UniID, and it will remember in your computer automatically. So I will stick to that.
How do I register to courses?
Can you repeat it?
How do I register to courses,
Okay.
to Moodle courses, I presume?
Yes, so as I mentioned, you get a course link, or you search a course from the Moodle. You can see a search box, yeah? If you can access to the Moodle, then you have a search box. If you are not able to attend the first lecture, in where it is probably mentioned as well, you can search a course name, and then you just need to input enrollment key. So you click on that image, and then you input enrollment key, which is some text numbers as such. It's quite an easy, but I understand that first time will be first time.
In lectures with exercises, how do I know to which group I belong to?
This is usually explained again in your first lecture. And usually different lectures are already divided in between different study groups. So as easy as that.
But what happens if an enrollment key is leaked?
As I mentioned, enrollment key is not a kind of personal key, but it's for study group. And if it's leaked, yes, somebody else can log into the system or log to the course, but usually teacher will empty all those students or kind of remove those students who do not belong to that course. So not a problem, because usually the access to the course doesn't give any personal information about you or somebody else who belongs to that course, so no worries.
And I have many questions about the Uni ID. They are worried that since the classes already start on Monday, but they do not have Uni ID yet, so what is going on? Will they receive it or will they never receive it?
Well, this is a good question, because I don't know exactly the process. Do you get it automatically to your email once you have enrolled to some study program? Or the best option, what I suggest right now, is try to visit this room I showed you, SOC 129. Somewhere it was. Very good. Very good.
So if you didn't,
I hope so.
You probably will.
I can only imagine that all you go now to this SOC 129 and then you wait maybe 2 days to get it. So yeah, good to know.
SOC 129 is opened, I'm guessing, from 9 to 5.
Yeah,
just a regular working day from Monday to Friday. Yes, so yes, if you have any other questions, you can raise your hand and I will get you a microphone, or you can just ask the question loudly if you are not in Slido. So if you have a question, feel free, don't be shy. Anyone? Looks like nobody else. Looks like nobody else, but please give a big round of applause once again to Professor Raido Puust.
Thank you.
covering for Tom Erik a little bit while he's away for a while. I'd like to present a next speaker, Monika Sutrop, the Counseling Center. She's a career counselor and tutor coordinator, and worked as a career counselor for many years. So I'm sure she will give very fruitful information to you. Please.
Hello, how is everybody doing? Are you still hanging there? Okay, I'm Monika. My colleague Kadri was supposed to be here, but her back is a little bit aching, so I will do it by myself. And I was just noting that I'm living in a parallel world with the former person because I feel safe all the time. So our counseling office is for you, for all the students here. We have 4 student counselors who are students like you, here for a longer time and have had some training to answer your question. So if you don't know where to turn to in this campus or in this university, then you can find our counseling center, and they can have some guidelines for you. So study counseling, academic counseling, if you have problems with the study system, or practical questions about the transportation or housing or whatever kind of questions. They are students themselves, and they have gone through a lot of these questions. So we also have career counseling. I'm the career counselor, so we will talk about this in a while. And psychological counseling, which is done by our student counselor, Kadri, who is also welcoming you if in need. We have also special needs counseling. So if you have some issues regarding that, you are also welcome to see a specialist. So we are in the 4th building, you know, the big corridor. So there, University 04, 104. At the moment, the door is also open, so if you don't find anything or you have some questions, just pop in, ask the questions, and then you can go on. We have also this email, and you can find it also in our webpage. And we have also Facebook. So it's good to add yourself there, because we also put some job offers and internship offers there. So if you put yourself following us, you can have them also. So psychological counseling. So of course, the anxiety and depression and all kind of problems, how you approach to a psychologist, you can approach with those questions, but as international students, you also might face more difficulties than people living here and who are just also here. So the cultural differences and norms, when they are too much to handle, our counselor, Kadri, is the person whom to turn to. So just keep in mind that we have this kind of a person when you don't feel good and it's starting to affect your studies or your emotional well-being, so you can contact us. So it's free, all our services are free for you, so you can use this opportunity. So also being away from home also might, at the moment, it's very nice, interesting, new things, new university, but soon our November gets here and it's really dark and it can get really gloomy. So this seasonal thing is going to matter. So you can approach Kadri and have psychological consultation. Here are also some other things or issues with what you can turn to Kadri: lack of motivation, difficulties with focusing, anxiety, fear, sadness, so other effects, or troubled sleep. So if you have this kind of symptoms or this kind of issues, you can turn to our international student counselor. So she speaks English and you can have the consultation. And here she also has put some tips what to do when you are starting to feel down, because it's good always to take those extra steps when you are starting to go down, not going really down, so it's better to go up again. So recognize that what you experience is normal and common, especially when you are in so different culture, some more different and some less different, but different setting. Find the ways that to do what is possible under current circumstances. Reach out to friends or other people who can help you. Take care of your health. Eat and sleep well and exercise. So when feeling down, you can do these kind of things. Be kind to yourself and stop beating yourself up. We are starting to be really critical when we are feeling down. Give yourself and your experience another chance. It's a new day tomorrow. Use all the support that the university is offering. So we have also buddy system, ASN and student organizations where you might find friends and people and tutors who can help you. And of course, our student counseling office and Kadri, you can turn to them also. Here is her picture also. Sessions are individual and confidential. You can make an appointment through email. It is possible also Skype conversation. At the moment, the situation is how it is with the coronavirus, so there is a lot more of Skype counselings we are doing. So counselor@taltech.ee, and you can find her contacts if you don't make notice at the moment from the counseling office or from our website. So career counselor, how can we help? I have here a lot of clients who are international. So almost 50% of my clients are international. So there is like 14,000 students and 1,000 of them are international, but 50% of my counselings are international students. So why? Because the most important question for many of you is, how can I get a job here? So this is very typical when Estonian students already know how to get a job and how things are going here in Estonia. A lot of international students approach me. So you can approach me with how to make a CV according to Estonian standards, how to search a job here, how to make career plans or career choices, and how to prepare for a job interview, because the settings might be very different from your country. So this is my, my picture here, and I'm in the counseling office. I have a little room there, so I can be found also there. It is good to make an appointment, because I have another arrangements and other people also consultation. So email is a good thing, or come to the office and we can book a time for you. We are also, or I am organizing career seminars. I get people from different employers or other people from different firms to come here and make this kind of seminars. This is the last semester, because I'm just starting to make the new list. So for example, how the job search process is, how to find motivation, also how to start a business in Estonia. There are different kind of seminars going on, and they will be also in our Facebook. So when the seminar is happening, we advertise in Facebook, and also in the there's a weekly newsletter in, with the student union. So subscribe there also, because a lot of information what is happening here in the university is going through student union. So because this how to get a job is very popular among foreign students, I made a little presentation here also, how to find a job in Estonia and what to keep in mind with the setting, this culture setting that we are living here. So first of all, you have a right to work in Estonia while you are studying full load. So if you are a full load student, you can study and you don't need a special permit. And after your residence permit ends, you also have extra 270 days to find a job here. So, but you have to keep in mind that you have to study full load. If you are not studying full load, you cannot, your residence permit can be revoked. So about Estonian job culture. Estonians might get across as a little bit cold and formal, but when you get to know us, we warm up. So maybe you have noticed this before or somebody has told you, but also in a business culture. So we are very hardworking, details and deadlines are very important here, and punctuality, experience. So we value a lot of experience. If you have some experiences working before, so these count a lot. And modesty. I find some motivation letters or CVs. I'm very good and excellent and this very big things, American style. This doesn't fit here. You have to say what you can do, what is your experience, and how have you gotten this experience. And keeping the promise is important, and smart casual is usually when people are asking me, okay, in a job interview, how should I come across? So smart casual is a good way. So a little bit about the Estonian job market. Some figures. Unemployment now is 7.1. Before Corona, it was 4 something. So it's gone up. Employment rate, people engaged in employment, 65%. Average wage is 1,400. And here also one of the main portals where the job offers are published is cv.ee. And I put some numbers here. So a few days ago I checked, so there was 1,000 openings. So before Corona it was almost 2,000 when I checked. So the situation is a little bit trickier at the moment. So and the other one is Work in Estonia. This is a portal where all the English-speaking job offers are. So if you don't know Estonian, you might not have the accessibility for all the jobs because many jobs might need Estonian. So Work in Estonia, there are job offers where you don't need Estonian. Mostly. There is some which also need, but mostly they don't. So there is 300 something at the moment, and there used to be 500 something. So you can see that if you are planning to study here and live here and maybe build a career here, your opportunities are almost twice or 3 times more when you learn Estonian. And that's why also when people come to me for consultation, I have sent a lot of CVs, I've sent a lot of motivation letters, but I still don't get the job because you guys just have it more difficult because you are also competing with Estonians who speak English. Most of Estonians do. Okay, this is a little bit, you might not see it. I don't know why it is like this, too small. It used to be bigger. So I put here a job search process in Estonia. Well, it's very much similar as everywhere else. So firstly, it's you have to know what kind of job do you want, what is your motivation. Then you have to find out where are the companies, or what kind of companies there are where you can approach, where are the job offers published. Then you have to prepare your CV. Then you are invited to job interview, and then the agreement is made. Oh yes, the next one is okay again. Then how to find this potential employers. This is all the time the question I keep, the foreign students keep asking me. So there is passive, active, and proactive job search. So you can always think that, okay, the job offers might find me, or the employers might find me, which also sometimes happens, but you cannot count on that. So active and proactive job search is the way to find a job. And you can start with this work in Estonia. As I already said, there are gathered all the English job offers. So here is the list of some databases, and also newspapers and professional unions. Be a part of them, then you might get some job offers. Student organizations, there is a lot of job offers going through that also, or mailing list, or there is also going to be, hopefully, student graduate recruitment fair, Võti tuleviku, which is in March usually. Let's hope it's going to be this year also. And companies' websites, of course, there are some personnel search companies also which you can find. So this proactive job search is very important, so the connections matters. So 50% of these job offers in the market, they go through somebody knowing somebody. So you have to be really proactive and make yourself visible. Tell everybody that you're looking, everybody that you are in class with, that you are in an organization with, or wherever you are. You have to make yourself visible and tell people that you are looking for a job. So this is also LinkedIn and Facebook promotion is very important for yourself. So be sure to use also those channels. And also, if you can't get a job straight away, be a volunteer in some organization or in some company, or go to an internship, because a lot of students, they find a job through going through internship. Even if you are not in the third year where the internship is supposed to be, you can start looking even before, because the job experience is really valued in Estonia. Yes, so if you make your CV okay, then you can put it, of course, you can have advertisements or job offers which you respond, or you can also send an email to companies that you are looking for an internship or for job offers. So this is also okay to make, but then you have to face it that you might get a lot of no's, and you have to kind of get yourself your back up and send hundreds. People tell me they send hundreds. So if you really want to get a job, it's possible, but you have to usually work on it. So at the interview, the punctuality again, be there on time, dress appropriately, smart casual, as I said. Of course, some banks or some formal institutions more formal, and some informal institutions less formal. But be aware, make just look at the company's website or see how they are communicating with you, then you can see how formal this institution or company is. So introduce yourself. Handshake is okay, but at the moment, again, maybe not, but people will tell you. And smile, speak very clearly, and again, this solid, reliable, trustworthy information. So not this, I'm very good, I'm excellent, this is not the Estonian style. So be sure why you want this job. This is very important. As you are a student and you don't have so many experience, you have to get more detailed with your motivation and your future plans. This is what people are really looking for. And of course, the interview is also a two-way situation. You are also seeing if this company is for you. So this is important to know also. So this was very quick going through. Why did I put this information here is also that you are kind of like representatives of international students and people from your country. And when you are very off-key with the culture, how the career or how the job hunting process here is here, then it's maybe not good also for you and for all the other students from your country. So better come and have a consultation, then you have to then send hundreds of CVs which are maybe not so culturally aware. So there are this kind of help for you here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, okay, it's working. Now you can send your questions already into Slido. I'll ask first question. You mentioned the interviews. How do you look at follow-up emails after interviews? In some countries, it is valuable. It is very important to do follow-up emails after interviews and say that you know how you felt about the interview at the job interview, and also how to deal with post-interview process in a case if you're not selected. And you know, how would you approach this?
Okay, very good question. In Estonian culture, with the big companies with big personnel offices, they usually give you feedback after the interview. But there are a lot of companies who just say, no, we didn't select you. Or in some cases, I've heard also that they don't respond at all. So Estonians are not so in that sense polite, that they will always answer and give big detailed descriptions why you didn't get the job. This is not in our culture. It's more like many companies, they are with not so big personnel offices, and they are more putting more effort for the people that they selected than that they didn't select. So this is also, sometimes also when you send your CV, you have to be prepared that you don't get an answer, and you have to be prepared that you don't get a lot of answers. So this kind of, we are not so much, as we are not so communicative as a culture. So this is, it's getting better and better every year. But still many students come to me because they are prepared or they are expecting more of this communication after when you have when you're not selected, for example, or yeah.
Right. There are some questions we can give maybe quick answers to. One question is about CV, about resume. Are we supposed to indicate details in the resumes here as age, you know, nationality, ethnicity, and plus, is it valuable to and important to put picture of yourself in CV? How is it how is it seen here in Estonia?
So you're not required to say your nationality and your age and everything. People usually put it there, but they cannot ask you to put it there, basically. With the picture, I recommend to put a picture because then it makes, when there's a pile of CVs, the CVs with the picture, you get more attention. But to be honest, I sometimes say to students with very different looking, for example, I know that it's okay to wear your turban or this, but when it's this case, very different from our culture, I usually say, it's for you, it's more beneficial, don't be offended, nobody don't be offended, but it's just for you, because people are usually afraid of a lot of difference. So I recommend, because it's this inner feeling that the recruiter gets. It's consciously, yes, they say that, yes, these experiences and yes, this picture, but this inner unconscious selection, it's going on. So I usually say it like that.
So you would still
I would put the picture if it's not very different.
Right, okay. There's a question about the dress code, as it was already mentioned, smart casual is preferred. And about the job market, how COVID-19 affected it, it was already mentioned that it was affected more or less. And is it still affecting currently?
Yes, it is. It's usually it's more traffic these times. It's usually summer, it's more less offers and stuff, and it goes up in September and late August. We will see it in September actually, when it's really, it should be getting more up and up. But those numbers that I said, they show that it is affected, but it also depends on how things are going to be.
There's a question about the TRPs, about the residence permits and work and the internship, right? So there's, as for work, it is required to have temporary residence permit for non-EU students or for all students?
Yes, you have to have the permit to work.
Right. And how about the internships?
Internships also?
Also.
You should have the permit, yes.
Yeah, okay. Right, so, well, we are almost a little bit over the time. However, I would like to thank all people who asked the questions, and this is all for today. Thank you for your presentation, and let's give a round of applause to our presenter. All right, how are you guys holding up? You're true heroes, but to listen to hours of presentations, but I'm sure that this information you get here today is important, and you will take a lot with you today. We'll have next presenter that will cover the topics of the library, TalTech library that is over there, and speak about sports. And our next presenter is Keri, who is our graduate of TalTech, and he's also a proud student ambassador of TalTech. All right, so he will tell us more about the library and sports. Please.
Hello, everyone. I'm really happy to see many of you, despite the circumstances of what world is going on. And damn, it feels really heavy, this stage. I've been on the other side, it's way easier. But today I'm going to talk about library and sports hall. One might be much important now, the other later, but both of them you should definitely do visit them and use. I've been using them for the past 3 years. And absolutely fine, especially if you get bored from studying, you go to do some sports and vice versa until you finish your studies. So maybe you won't find them there, but you can find a library here on my left. And you can find a sports hall across the street. It's really hard to miss them. Just on the right, between some really nice forest. So some general information about the library. It's a 5-story building built almost 100 and some 1 or 2 years ago. It can accommodate 400 students at the same time, and in every section of it you will be able to find different materials, books, articles, newspapers, and I don't know, whatever. They have added recently because that keeps being changed all the time. They add many things every single time I go there. The opening hours of library, it's from Monday to Saturday. Monday to Friday they're slightly more longer hours, but in Saturday they're a bit shorter, with the exception that the last Friday of the month is going to be a cleanup day, so maybe you want to check the timings before. And if you really feel that you want to have the peace to study alone, there in the first floor there is a 24/7 study room that you can use at any time. Just as a general rule of thumb, be quiet, respect the quiet for the others, and everyone is going to be fine. You can just pop there and find a spot for yourself. How you can register yourself, there are 2 ways. Either you go there in person and you fill in this form. You pay €2, or you can do this also online via your ID card or TRP card if some of you already have it. You can just do this for free of charge via online form. Some of the things I'm going to mention here that you can find in the library, most importantly, individual and group study rooms. The second is very important, especially if you're going to have to do projects with your friends. You need to book one of them. They're really useful. Usually they have everything that you might need to do your stuff. A projector, maybe some of them have also some computers, terminals that you can use. Usually they are free of charge, you just go in and use, but for some of them, especially group ones, you need to book, to apply. Usually it's just a matter of time until you get a confirmation. But for some of them, if you feel like you want to stay there for long, but you have to go somewhere, you just pay a fee, it's €3, and you leave your stuff there, you will get a key, and then in the end of the day, you will just return the key after you have used it. In library, as everywhere else, you can also borrow books. Usually it's for self-service. So what you do is you find the book you want, you find the shelf where it is, you go and you take the book. For general, they are available for 30 days, but in some special cases, they are for 7, 14, or 90 days. Some of the books are more rare, so you might be allowed to use only in the library itself and leave them there, but you can just come the next day and use them again. And as a friendly reminder, just be sure that you're going to renew or return books on time, so you just avoid any fee. As a student is maybe important. Here in the library you as well will be able to find printing services. It's another self-service. You go to Print City. You don't need to take any notes. I will provide all the links later. You can find them. So in Print City you create your account. You put money on it, either your PayPal or from your bank account. For accessing, you need to use your ID card or residence permit, or the Tallinn the green card if you already have it, or if you have it soon, because it's connected with your ID code. So even if you lose the card, you can just use another one and register under the same ID card. So in the portal, you put all the information, all the files that you want in PDF. You go and choose where do you want to print them. You go to the machine, to the printer, you put your card, and then you just click one button and you will have all your documents printed. What else you can have is scanning services. They are also free of charge. They are located on every floor. In case you have issues or you want to do something more than this, you can go and place order in the 5th floor. You use the elevator for that. And also you can borrow. So if you want to use your own machine, you just go and ask if you can borrow one of the scanners, and you can use it. You can go and ask for ID card readers, for headphones, and I don't know, other equipments that they might have, depending also in the availability. There are library computers. There is a big lab. Usually they have dual boot, Linux and Windows. If you are more keen into one or the other, they serve also as terminals to find the books, to make the I don't know, the application if you want to book one of the rooms that I mentioned earlier, and so on. And for this, you need to use a username or password. Either you will have them written just to the monitor, or you can use your student ID to enter, and this means that all the files will be stored in your account. So just make sure that you don't leave any files behind. Usually there is no issue, but as a friendly reminder. Here is the library webpage. You will most likely find it there. MyEster is Estonian catalog online, where almost all the academic materials can be found there. Usually you can search for them without the need to register, but if you want to access them, it's important that you have a student ID or account, because that means that some of them have some restrictions. You can't just access them. Usually, especially if you are, maybe it's too early, but if you are working towards your thesis, you can find them a lot of materials which are really helpful for writing your thesis. So you might find this useful in 2 years or 3 years. Here's one screenshot from the service. This is after you have logged in. And there, again, you can see the checkouts. You can do your book reservations. You can see what type of books you can borrow. Or if you don't find it, maybe you can also ask from the personnel. They're usually very helpful. Of course, they do speak really well English, so you won't have any issues. And lastly, because not everything would be about studies. If you feel like you want to call someone or to receive a call, you don't disturb others, but there are these phone booths that you can use. They are soundproof. And as fun fact, I did one of my job interviews in one of them, and it turned out to be successful. So no one got interrupted, and from the other side, no one understood where I was. So see you in the library. Just bear with me 10 more minutes.
10 more minutes?
Yes. Regarding TalTech Sports Hall, it's a kind of a complex. It's a building where you will be able to find ball courts, like play basketball, volleyball. It's a good place, especially for these type of sports, also to know new people. But you can find also gym there. There are some rooms where you can do aerobics. You can also play table tennis. And if you will be lucky enough, there will be some sunny days. There is also outside, there's a volleyball pitch with sand. So maybe you can use with your friends. The opening hours are, it's open throughout all the week, but with some exceptions. From Monday to Friday, it's from 8 to 10 in the evening, and on Saturday, Sunday, it's slightly less. But you should keep also in mind that you can't go anytime there, because there are also some activities that happen, so you might want to check the schedule. So there are two ways how you can access. You either declare them as a course. I did it twice. You get also credits for that, elective credits, three of them for one semester. So you declare them in OIS. OIS, I believe it was explained that it's our student system, where you can see all the classes, the courses that you can take. And you go and take trainings there. or you buy an annual fee for 35 euros, and then you can access it just as regular. But with the exception that if you buy this annual card, you can also access it in the evening, because during days, it's a bit slightly restricted for students. It's up to 3:30 in the afternoon. So how it works, if you want to declare it as a course, is that you go in OIS, and then you go for MK 3001 or 3002, depending on the semester. Usually from September it's MK 3001. And after that, you have some certain requirements. The attendance, and it has to be at least 24 times throughout the whole semester. You have to go and participate in some activities. Usually there are some volleyball games. TalTech has its own basketball team, very successful. And in the end, by January, you will have a test. It's really simple. It's not like just one time. You can take it a couple of times, and the highest score will count. So it's really easy. And actually, you also learn some stuff regarding, I don't know, calories that you want to take, and some other things, which you might find useful. And as I mentioned, if you declare it as a course, there is some kind of regulation. Starting from next week, there's going to be an introductory week that you can go and participate. Until the end of December, it's the regular schedule. And if for some reasons you haven't been able to go 24 times from now till the end of December, then you might have one additional week to fulfill these requirements. And as I mentioned, you have to choose one or the other. Every semester you have this code available to do it. But you can choose them only once. So it means that if you took one, let's say, in this semester, then you cannot choose the same next year. The entrance to the sports center is it's simple. You need to have the IC card. If you don't have it yet, usually some students decide to have this via their bank card. But for some others, they just don't want. They just want to go right now. So if you want to just to go there, you go and pay for a white card, which will be given to you. And this is just a deposit, so it will be returned back to you in the end. And it's really necessary, like, to have this, because otherwise they won't be able to give you access to the facility. The attendance, it's really simple. You have to make 3 validations when you enter. It will open the gate. You go, you change, then you go to, depending on what do you want to do. Like if you do aerobics, if you do basketball, you also will swipe there. And then when you leave, so the rule is you stay in the facility for 60 minutes, and then this counts as attendance. If for some reasons you want to ask how many attendances you have, there's going to be also some portal where you register yourself, but you can also ask the person who is in charge. They will be really happy to help you. The annual card is, as I mentioned earlier, is 35 euros. In case you want to have it like the white one, you just pay the additional 10 euros. And some of the events, I remember last year we organized also a futsal tournament. So if you feel like you want to do some extra activity, you just book, and then there is some fee. Usually for students, this has to be discussed with the management of the sports hall. And you can find more information in several channels via the homepage, in Instagram, in Facebook, in the system itself, and you will also be probably included in the newsletter, so you will receive all the information for this via your email. So make sure to check that time after time. Or in the end, you just use email always. They will reply to you eventually. And yeah, best of luck, everyone.
But we are not letting you go. We are not letting you go yet, because we have some questions for you.
I thought I was done now.
No.
Damn it.
All right, so can you use a green card for printing services if it's not personalized?
Come again?
It's probably the transport card it was meant. Can you use it for printing services if it's not personalized as a card?
I would suggest to do it. Yes, you can, but I would suggest to do it because in case you put, let's say, 10 or 15 euros and you lose that card, then you won't be able to connect. But if you do that, then it's going to be connected with your ID card, and then you can have this money back. So it's just like a way of turnaround, how to make it.
Right. You mentioned the online registration form for the library. Where is it possible to find?
So one of the ways was if you go personally there, then you show an ID so they can take your details and put it there. Or you do it online, but you need to have either your residence permit or ID card. And you go to the website. There you will find the link for doing this.
Are there any water sports available?
Unfortunately, no.
How about the grading on these sport courses, or it's just passing?
It's pass-fail.
Okay. Yeah.
If you are really good, I don't know, let's say in basketball, maybe you want to try as well playing basketball for the.
Right. This is the next question. Is it possible to practice the sport without following a course to get ECTS?
No, you need to register yourself in order to have this. It's like it's a requirement that you need to declare such courses in order for them to count towards your study load.
And how is this fee paid for the sports hall?
You go to the sports hall, you apply for it, you pay, you make the payment. It can be cash, it can be via card, contactless.
Right. Yeah. There's a question about if you need to pay 35 euros after, in a case if you didn't pass a final exam of sport course. So there was a little probably misunderstanding about the difference between the course and the 35 euro fee. So maybe you can explain it again. What is the difference between course and when you apply for a card for 35 euros?
So the differences among what I mentioned, maybe I should just sum it up, is that if you take the course, there is some certain rule set. As in every other course, you can't go anytime you want. There is some limitations. And you get the credits if you declare it. But if you decide to just pay this annual fee and use it, you can go also in the evenings, but you don't get credits for that.
Yeah, you don't get, it's not as a course.
Mm-hmm.
And how do you declare a course?
The course can be declared in OIS as every other course. You
study information system.
Yeah. You just go find there via either like code, or you just choose among all the courses that are provided there. Usually it's not difficult because you will find also description. It's not just the course name, but you will see also description, so you won't be able to miss it. And as I mentioned earlier, one code can be declared at once, so it means that if you take that one, it won't be available anymore.
Right.
So make sure that if you take, you will pass the course, because otherwise you can't retake it.
In a case if I want to, this is a repeating question, but maybe if it's still good to clarify, to practice a sport but without getting ECTS. So this is again related to this card for 35 euros.
Yeah, if you feel like you have enough credits, you just don't want to take credits extra, you just buy this annual fee and you just go and practice on your own. There's gym has really good equipment, I would say. Also compared to other gyms, so I believe the price is really fair for a student budget.
And there was a student ambassador mentioned under your name, so there came a question: who are the student ambassadors and how are they selected and so forth?
So I'm part of student ambassadors for 3.5 years now. Our team is totally voluntarily. Most likely, if you have had some questions onward on our Facebook page, one of us has been replying behind. This is something that we have just taken on our own will to help students like you to come here and make this process way easier for everyone who has questions about life, about studies here, about Estonia in general. We keep doing this for our personal joy. And how it works is that if you are really willing, if you want to contribute to make other students' life easier to come here, if they have questions, you apply to that guy, you send an email to him, and the recruitments, I believe, is going to be really
It will happen this autumn. Yeah, this information will be sent out to you via emails, and you will receive it.
Yeah, and it's a cool team. Maybe that's why I haven't left yet. So everyone who would want to join, it's more than welcome.
And what does it give you as such, the program?
Do you mean student
ambassadors?
It's pure excitement for myself. It's team building. I know a lot of people. As a matter of fact, although I'm working, I already know 2 of you here. It's a good way to connect, to do to know people.
Mm-hmm. All right. We have a couple more minutes for a couple more questions, if there are any questions. I'll update it once again. But there are no questions. So you did great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I wish best of luck to every one of you.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to Keri. Thanks.
Okay, Tomerik is back.
Yeah, Lexo, thank you for filling in for an hour. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Do you have any closing words?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for being here. This was our last presenter, and today we have snacks and drinks outside. Tomek will tell you more about it. And enjoy your stay at TalTech. Thank you.
Once again, Lexo, excellent job. But yes, as Lexo told you already, we are waiting for you outside in the courtyard. There's going to be a DJ, world famous DJ. Well, not really, but a DJ. There's going to be a game, food. So I think the food is the key word. So please do enjoy us. I mean, yes, do enjoy the food, the music, and the company. When you're in TalTech, make sure you relax as well. Go to cultural events, sporting events. Being in a university is not only about studying. It's 90% about studying, 10% of having fun. So, or maybe more, 25% of having fun. So please remember to enjoy your stay. Take part from everything you absolutely can, and you're gonna have some nice time here in TalTech. Thank you, and see you in future events.